Ever sent that angry text you immediately regretted? Or quit a job in a rage only to wake up thinking, what have I done? Here's the thing. Your brain is basically drunk on emotions for about 90 seconds whenever something triggers you. Think of emotions like waves. They crash hard, but they always recede. Neuroscientists discovered that the chemical rush of any emotion, anger, fear, even that crushing embarrassment when you wave back at someone who wasn't waving at you naturally, fades after roughly a minute and a half. Your body literally can't sustain that intensity longer without actively refueling it with more angry thoughts. The hack is simple. When that emotional tsunami builds, just wait. Set a timer if needed. Count to 90. Do some deep breathing. Scroll through photos of puppies. Whatever works. Just don't make any decisions or send any messages during those 90 seconds. Picture this. It's 11 p.m. and someone just sent the most infuriating email. The response practically writes itself scorching, brilliant, and absolutely devastating. But here's what happens next. That email sits in drafts for 90 seconds. By second 91, half of it sounds unhinged. By morning, pure cringe material that would have torpedoed professional relationships. The beautiful part, this works for everything. Road rage, 90 seconds. Panic about a presentation, 90 seconds. Overwhelming urge to buy that expensive thing nobody actually needs. You guessed it, 90 seconds. Scientists found that the amygdala, your brain's alarm system, hijacks rational thinking during emotional spikes. But like a toddler throwing a tantrum, it exhausts itself quickly. Those stress hormones flooding your system, they metabolize fast. The key is not adding fresh fuel to the fire by ruminating or acting impulsively. Professional negotiators use this constantly. They'll call a bathroom break when tensions rise, knowing everyone will return calmer. Therapists teach it as emotional regulation 101. Even Navy SEALs train to pause and breathe before making critical decisions. Those 90 seconds of pause prevent countless disasters. The emotion feels permanent in the moment, but it's not. It's just your brain's temporary weather system passing through. Master this, and you'll navigate life with the superpower of responding instead of reacting. Mind Palace Method. Remember Sherlock Holmes walking through elaborate mental mansions to solve crimes? Turns out that's not just TV magic, it's a memory technique so powerful that ancient Greek orators used it to memorize the hours-long speeches without notes. The Mind Palace, or method of Loshi, if you're feeling fancy, works because our brains are absolutely terrible at remembering abstract information, but incredible at remembering places. You can probably walk through your childhood home in your mind right now, remembering where every piece of furniture sat. This hack hijacks that spatial memory superpower. Here's how it works. Pick a place you know well, your home, your route to work, even your favorite video game map. Now, instead of trying to memorize a grocery list by repeating eggs, milk, bread like a broken robot, you place each item in a specific location. Picture eggs splattered all over your front door, milk flooding your hallway, a giant loaf of bread blocking your stairs. The weirder and more vivid, the better. Your brain loves the ridiculous. Boring things slip away, but you'll never forget the image of your couch made entirely of bananas, or your bathroom sink overflowing with coffee beans. Memory champions use this to memorize entire decks of cards in minutes. Medical students use it for anatomy, placing organs in different rooms of their mental hospital. History buffs create timelines by walking through buildings, each room representing a different era. The technique feels like cheating because it is. You're bypassing your brain's weakness, remembering random facts, and leveraging its strength, spatial navigation. Studies show people using memory palaces can recall 90% of information compared to 5% with regular memorization. Start small. Create a simple route through your home with 10 locations. Place 10 items from your next presentation in those spots. When you need to recall them, just take a mental walk. Your brain will serve up the information like a helpful tour guide. Once you build your first palace, you'll wonder how anyone survives without one. It transforms memory from a struggle into a superpower. Seinfeld strategy. Jerry Seinfeld didn't become comedy's billionaire by accident. When a young comedian asked for his secret, Jerry revealed something surprisingly simple. Get a big wall calendar and a red marker. Every day you write jokes, mark a big X. Your only job, don't break the chain. That's it. No complicated apps, no elaborate reward systems. Just a visual chain of X's that becomes oddly addictive to maintain. It's almost stupidly simple, which is exactly why it works. The psychology here is brilliant. Every X you add makes the chain longer and more painful to break. After 2 weeks, that chain starts feeling precious. After a month, you'd rather skip lunch than skip your habit. The visual representation transforms an abstract goal, get better at guitar, into a concrete game, keep the X's going. This works because it sidesteps all the usual habit-forming pitfalls. There's no negotiating with yourself about whether today counts. Did you do the thing? X. Didn't do it? Broken chain. The brutal simplicity eliminates decision fatigue. The chain also builds what psychologists call loss aversion. Humans hate losing things more than they enjoy gaining them. Once you've got a 30-day chain, breaking it feels like throwing away a trophy. Your brain will literally create anxiety about missing a day, which sounds negative, but actually automates the habit. People use this for everything. Writing 200 words daily, doing 10 push-ups, reading 1 page, meditating for 5 minutes. The key is making the daily requirement laughably small. You're not trying to impress anyone with each day's effort, you're just keeping the chain alive. The visual aspect matters more than you'd think. Apps try to replicate this, but they miss something crucial. A physical calendar on your wall judges you every time you walk past. It's public accountability, even if you live alone. That grid of X's becomes a monument to your consistency. After a few months, something magical happens. The habit becomes automatic and the chain becomes less important. But by then, you've already transformed into someone who just does the thing. No willpower required. Door-in-the-face technique. Want someone to help you move next weekend? First ask them to help you move, repaint your entire house, and rebuild your deck. When they inevitably say, absolutely not, scale back to just the moving help. Suddenly, carrying a few boxes seems reasonable. Welcome to the door-in-the-face technique, the psychological judo move that makes your real request feel like a gift. It's called this because the first request is so outrageous. It's like getting a door slammed in your face. But that rejection is exactly what you're counting on. The magic happens through a psychological principle called reciprocal concession. When you compromise by making a smaller request, the other person feels obligated to compromise too. You back down, so they feel like jerks if they don't meet you halfway. Except halfway was your target all along. Researchers tested this at a university. They asked students to volunteer as unpaid counselors at a juvenile detention center for 2 years. Obviously, everyone said no. Then they asked, well, would you at least chaperone 1 trip to the zoo? Suddenly 50% said yes, compared to only 17% who agreed when asked about the zoo trip directly. The technique works because of contrast. After imagining 2 years of unpaid work, one afternoon feels like nothing. It's the same reason a $50 wine seems cheap after seeing the $200 bottles. Your brain judges value relatively, not absolutely. There's an art to this. The first request can't be so ridiculous that it seems like a joke. Ask your boss for a 200% raise, and they'll know you're playing games. Ask for 30%, settle for 15%, and you might just nail it. The initial ask needs to be ambitious but not absurd. Timing matters too. The second request needs to follow immediately while they're still feeling that psychological pressure to reciprocate your concession. Wait too long and the effect disappears. Charities use this constantly. Would you like to donate $500? No? How about just $20 to help feed one family? Suddenly that 20 feels like pocket change. You feel generous while spending less than you might have originally. 2 yes rule. Most people drown in commitments because they can't stop saying yes. The 2 yes rule fixes this with mathematical simplicity. You can only have 2 major yes commitments at any given time. Want to add a third? Something's got to go. Think of your mental bandwidth like a phone's RAM. Too many apps running and everything crashes. 2 major projects. Your brain handles that smoothly. 3, performance drops. 4 or more, you're basically a human browser with 47 tabs open and nothing's actually getting done. The rule forces brutal prioritization. Got asked to join that committee while you're already leading a project and taking evening classes? Sorry, you're at capacity. This isn't being unhelpful. It's being honest about physics. You can't pour a gallon into a pint glass. Here's where it gets interesting. Major is the key word. Daily responsibilities don't count. Your job, family, basic health maintenance, that's baseline. The 2 yes rule applies to the extra stuff, the side hustle, the volunteer position, the ambitious fitness goal, the online course. These are the commitments that eat evenings and weekends. People resist this because FOMO hits hard. That new opportunity sounds amazing, but here's the reality check. Saying yes to everything means doing nothing well. You become the person who's perpetually busy but never actually delivers. The one who's spread so thin, they're basically transparent. The rule also creates unexpected benefits. When you tell someone, I'd love to help, but I maintain a 2 yes rule to ensure I can fully commit to what I take on. You sound professional, not flaky. People respect boundaries when they're clearly communicated. It forces quality over quantity. Those 2 commitments get your best energy, your full focus, your actual presence. Instead of half-assing 5 things, you're whole-assing 2 things. The results speak for themselves. Some people modify it seasonally, 2 major commitments for 3 months, then reassess. Others use 1 yes for particularly demanding periods. The exact number matters less than having a number. Without a limit, you'll keep saying yes until you burn out, disappoint everyone, or both. Productive procrastination. Everyone procrastinates. The difference between failures and successes? Successful people procrastinate productively. While avoiding that big scary project, they accidentally complete 5 other important tasks. It's procrastination jiu-jitsu using your avoidance energy for good. Here's how it works. You're supposed to write that report, but suddenly organizing your entire filing system seems urgent. Your brain will do literally anything to avoid the scary task. So instead of fighting this instinct, you weaponize it. Keep a list of important but not urgent tasks nearby. When procrastination strikes, channel it there. Stanford professor John Perry coined this concept after realizing his most productive days were when he was avoiding something else. That book chapter he'd been postponing for months, written while avoiding grading papers, inbox 0, achieved while dodging a difficult phone call. The trick is strategic task selection. Your procrastination tasks should be genuinely useful, not just time wasters. Cleaning your desk, productive. Reorganizing your font collection, not so much. Responding to emails, productive. Watching just one more YouTube video about productivity, you're fooling nobody. This works because procrastination isn't really about laziness. It's about emotional avoidance. Your brain treats that big project like a threat, triggering avoidance behaviors. But it's perfectly happy to do other work that feels less threatening. You're hijacking your flight response and pointing it somewhere useful. Structure your environment for this. Keep a running list of medium priority tasks visible. When you catch yourself avoiding the main thing, immediately pivot to something from that list. No negotiation. No, just 5 minutes on social media first, straight from avoidance to action. The beautiful paradox. Sometimes, starting with procrastination tasks builds enough momentum to tackle the scary thing. You finish 3 small tasks, feel competent and accomplished, and suddenly that big project seems manageable. The procrastination becomes a warm-up lap. Writers do this constantly. Can't face the blank page, edit yesterday's work, research details, outline future chapters. They're still avoiding, but they're avoiding forward. By the time they circle back to actual writing, half the work's already done. Cold shower power. Nobody actually likes cold showers. That's exactly the point. Starting your day by voluntarily doing something uncomfortable rewires your relationship with discomfort. Those 30 seconds of cold water create a ripple effect that lasts all day. The science is solid. Cold exposure triggers norepinephrine release, boosting alertness and focus for hours. Your dopamine levels can increase by 250%, naturally creating the motivation people try to buy in pill form. But the real magic isn't chemical, it's psychological. Every morning, you face a choice: comfortable warm water or uncomfortable cold. Choosing cold proves you can override your comfort-seeking brain. That difficult phone call later seems easier after you've already conquered something hard before breakfast. You've preloaded your willpower. Start small, regular shower, then 10 seconds of cold at the end. Your brain will scream. Your body will tense. Do it anyway. Next week, 20 seconds. Build up to 30, 60 seconds of pure cold. Not lukewarm cold enough that your body goes nope, but you stay anyway. The mental dialogue during those seconds is fascinating. First comes panic, then negotiation. 5 seconds is enough today. Then something interesting happens. You realize you're fine. Uncomfortable, but fine. This gap between feels terrible and actually dangerous is where mental toughness lives. Athletes and high performers swear by this because it's meditation for people who hate sitting still. You can't think about your problems when cold water's hitting you. You're forced into the present moment. No room for anxiety about the future when your body's dealing with right now. The confidence boost is weirdly powerful. You've done something difficult before most people are awake. That breeds a subtle superiority, complex, the good kind. You faced voluntary discomfort while others hit snooze. This small win compounds throughout the day. Skip the gradual temperature adjustment. That's just prolonging the suffering. Turn it cold, step in fully, breathe through it. The anticipation is worse than the reality. After a month, you'll crave that cold blast. Not because it feels good, but because of who you become afterward. Strategic laughter. Laughter isn't just a reaction, it's a tool. Master strategic laughter, and you'll navigate social situations like you've got cheat codes. The key is understanding that laughter is social glue, and you can apply it intentionally without being fake. When someone tells a joke, laugh slightly longer than feels natural, just 1 extra second. This tiny extension makes them feel funnier and more appreciated. They won't consciously notice, but they'll leave the interaction feeling great about themselves. And guess what? They'll associate that feeling with you. The technique works because laughter releases oxytocin in both parties. It's literally a bonding chemical. By controlling when and how you laugh, you're essentially dosing both yourself and others with connection hormones. It's manipulation, but the kind where everyone wins. Timing beats volume every time. A quiet chuckle at the perfect moment beats a forced belly laugh. Watch comedians, they know the biggest laughs come from callbacks and delayed reactions. Apply this socially. Someone makes a clever observation. Let it land for a beat, then give that knowing laugh. You've just made them feel like a genius. Strategic laughter also diffuses tension better than any words. Awkward silence after someone's mistake. A gentle, warm laugh that includes yourself breaks the ice. Not laughing at them, laughing at the situation you're both in. It says, we're human, this is funny, let's move on. There's a dark side. Withholding laughter is equally powerful. Someone makes an inappropriate joke. Stone-faced silence while others nervously chuckle sends a message. You've marked a boundary without confrontation. Practice the conspiracy laugh. That subtle laugh you share with someone like you're both in on a secret. It creates instant intimacy. Use it when you catch someone's eye during a boring meeting. You've just become allies without speaking. The callback laugh is gold. Reference something funny from earlier with just a small laugh. It shows you were paying attention, you remember, and you're building shared history. This is how inside jokes are born. Master this and social situations transform. You're not just participating in humor, you're conducting it. Gratitude journaling. Write what you're grateful for. Sounds like something from a motivational poster in a dentist's office. But here's the thing. Your brain is constantly running background programs, and gratitude journaling literally reprograms what it scans for. By default, your brain's a threat detection machine. It remembers the one criticism while forgetting 9 compliments. This negativity bias kept ancestors alive, but makes modern humans miserable. Gratitude journaling hijacks this ancient software and points it toward opportunities instead of problems. The key is specificity. Grateful for family is useless. Grateful for how my partner made coffee without being asked this morning rewires neural pathways. Your brain starts noticing these micro moments throughout the day, building a highlight reel instead of a blooper compilation. 3 entries each morning, super specific, takes 2 minutes. The morning timing matters. It primes your brain's filter for the entire day. You've essentially told your subconscious, find more of this stuff, and it obediently complies. By noon, you're noticing positive things you've been blind to for years. The compound effect is wild. Week 1 feels forced. Week 2, easier. By week 4, your brain automatically generates gratitude without the journal. You've rewired your default setting from critic to appreciator. Problems still exist, but they're no longer the only thing you see. Research shows this practice increases happiness scores by 25% in just 3 weeks. That's better than most antidepressants, costs nothing, and has 0 side effects. People report better sleep, stronger relationships, and increased resilience to stress. Here's the hack within the hack. Write tomorrow's gratitude tonight, but for things that haven't happened yet. Grateful for the productive morning I'll have tomorrow. Your brain doesn't distinguish between real and imagined gratitude. You're preloading positive expectations. Skeptics think it's self-delusion. Actually, it's correcting a delusion. Your brain was already biased, just in the wrong direction. This doesn't create fake positivity. It reveals real positivity you were missing. The good stuff was always there. You just needed better scanning software. Reciprocal kindness. Forget everything you learned about keeping score. Reciprocal kindness means giving value first, without tracking returns. Sounds like a recipe for being used, but it's actually a masterclass in human psychology that creates an invisible network of people invested in your success. When you help someone without asking for anything back, you create what psychologists call cognitive dissonance in their brain. They think, this person helped me for nothing. They must be valuable. I should maintain this relationship. You've just become an asset in their mental portfolio. The key word is first. You're not giving endlessly to takers. You're initiating the cycle. Send useful articles to contacts without pitching anything. Make introductions between people who should know each other. Share opportunities you can't use yourself. Each action is a seed that grows in unpredictable ways. The returns come back multiplied, but never from where you expect. Help someone with their job search, and years later their former colleague recommends you for a project. The person you introduce to someone else remembers you when they need your exact expertise. It's karma with compound interest. This works because of the Benjamin Franklin effect. Franklin discovered that people who do favors for you actually like you more, not less. By accepting help later, you're letting people invest in you, which deepens the connection. You've created a cycle where giving and receiving both strengthen the relationship. The strategy requires patience and faith. You might give 50 favors before seeing returns, but when returns come, they're often 10x what you gave. One introduction leads to a career-changing opportunity. One shared resource opens doors you didn't know existed. Smart networkers track this loosely, not to keep score, but to ensure they're spreading kindness widely. If all your help goes to the same 3 people, you're not building a network, you're enabling dependency. The paradox. The less you need reciprocation, the more you receive it. People sense neediness and run from it. They sense abundance and gravitate toward it. By giving freely, you signal abundance, attracting more opportunities than you could have asked for directly. The Ulysses Pact. Ulysses knew the siren's song would destroy him, so he had his crew tie him to the mast. He made a rational decision while thinking clearly, knowing his future self would be an idiot. That's the Ulysses Pact, removing future choices while your brain still works. Modern life is full of sirens, that credit card for emergencies that somehow gets used for pizza, the snooze button that ruins every morning, the quick check of social media that becomes a 2-hour scroll. Your present self knows better, but your future self has the willpower of a goldfish. The pact works by eliminating the decision point entirely. You can't eat junk food that isn't in your house. You can't hit snooze if your alarm's across the room. You can't impulse buy if you freeze your credit card in a block of ice. Yes, literally. The 5 minutes it takes to thaw is enough for sanity to return. Successful people are just better at admitting they're weak. They don't rely on willpower because they know it's a depleting resource. Instead, they design their environment so good choices are automatic. Automatic 401k deductions before you see the money. Gym clothes laid out the night before. Phone in another room during deep work. The digital age makes this even more powerful. Apps that block websites during work hours. Automatic transfers to savings accounts. Email filters that hide shopping promotions. You're essentially hiring your current self as your future self's parent. The key is making reversal genuinely difficult, not impossible. You need escape hatches for real emergencies, but they should require effort, like keeping one credit card at a trusted friend's house. You can get it, but you'll have to explain why you need it. This isn't about self-punishment. It's about self-knowledge. You're not weak for needing these structures. You're smart for recognizing that everyone needs them. The difference between success and failure isn't willpower. It's admitting you don't have much and planning accordingly. Distraction lists. Your brain during deep work is like a dog that sees squirrels everywhere. Oh, I should check the weather. What was that actor's name? Did I reply to that text? Each thought feels urgent, but following them destroys focus. Enter the distraction list, your mental parking lot. Keep a notebook beside you during focused work. When random thoughts pop up, don't fight them or follow them. Just write them down and return to work. Check flight prices. Email mum. Google that weird rash. Your brain relaxes once it knows the thought is captured. This works because of the Zeigarnik effect. Your brain hates open loops. Unfinished thoughts circle back obsessively, each one stealing cognitive resources. But once something's written down, your brain trusts it's handled and lets go. The mental RAM clears instantly. The list becomes fascinating after a session. Half the urgent items don't matter anymore. That desperate need to reorganize your bookshelf, not actually important. The actor's name you had to look up. You've already forgotten why you cared. The list reveals how many fake emergencies your brain creates. Some items are legitimately important, and that's fine. Process the list after your focus session. Batch all those quick tasks together. What would have been 20 interruptions becomes one 5-minute administrative session. You've just 10x'd your efficiency. The physical act of writing matters. Typing doesn't create the same mental relief. Something about pen on paper tells your primitive brain, this is recorded in the physical world. Digital notes feel too ethereal for your subconscious to trust. Advanced practitioners use categorized lists, one for work items, one for personal tasks, one for random ideas. This prevents the anxiety of, wait, which list did I write that on? Everything has a designated parking spot. The biggest surprise? After a few weeks, The interrupting thoughts decrease. Your brain learns that focus time means focus, and everything else can wait. The list trains your mind to batch process randomness instead of reacting to every neural firing. Deep breathing reset. Everyone says just breathe when you're stressed, which is about as helpful as telling someone who's drowning to just swim. But there's a specific breathing pattern that hijacks your nervous system in under a minute. The 4-4-4 technique. Breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. That's it. But here's what's actually happening. You're manually overriding your sympathetic nervous system, fight or flight, and activating your parasympathetic system, rest and digest. It's like force quitting a frozen program on your body's operating system. Your vagus nerve, which runs from brain to gut, is the key player. Controlled breathing stimulates this nerve, triggering a cascade of calming chemicals. Your heart rate drops, cortisol decreases, and your prefrontal cortex comes back online. You've chemically transported yourself from panic to presence. The counting matters more than you'd think. It gives your panicking mind a simple task to focus on. Can't spiral into worst-case scenarios when you're concentrating on 1, 2, 3, 4. It's meditation for people who think meditation is nonsense. This works in real time, mid-crisis. About to present to the board, 3 rounds in the elevator. Someone just said something infuriating. Count breaths before responding. Kids melting down in the grocery store. Your calm breathing actually regulates their nervous systems, too. Emotions are contagious. The hold phase is crucial. Most people skip it, but that pause is where the magic happens. It builds CO2 slightly, which paradoxically calms your system. Your body interprets the controlled hold as, we're safe enough to pause, breaking the panic cycle. Athletes use this between plays. Surgeons use it before procedures. Navy SEALs use a variation called box breathing in combat. If it works when people are shooting at you, it'll work for your performance review. The best part? Nobody knows you're doing it. Unlike other coping strategies, you can deep breathe in a meeting, on a date, during an argument. It's invisible emotional regulation. You look thoughtful and composed while internally hitting your reset button. Gentle self-talk. That voice in your head is probably an asshole. Most people talk to themselves like they're their own worst enemy. You idiot, how could you forget that? You're going to fail, just like always. Would you stay friends with someone who talked to you like that? Then why tolerate it from yourself? The fix isn't positive affirmations, those feel fake if you don't believe them. Instead, talk to yourself like you talk to a good friend facing the same situation. Not fake cheerleading, just basic human decency. Okay, you messed up. What's the next move? Instead of, you always ruin everything. This shift sounds small but changes everything. Self-compassion isn't soft, it's strategic. Harsh internal criticism triggers threat responses, flooding your system with stress hormones that impair performance. Kind self-talk keeps you in the learning zone where actual improvement happens. The research is clear. People who practice self-compassion bounce back faster from failures, take more calculated risks, and achieve more long-term success. They're not letting themselves off the hook. They're creating conditions where growth is actually possible. Try the good friend test. Whatever you're about to say to yourself, imagine saying it to your best friend. Would it help them or hurt them? Your brain doesn't distinguish between internal and external criticism. It just feels attacked and shuts down. The language shifts are subtle but powerful. What can I learn? Beats, why am I so stupid? This is challenging. Beats, this is impossible. I'm struggling with this. Beats, I'm bad at this. Same reality, different frame, completely different neurological response. Watch for absolute terms. Always, never, everything, nothing. These are rarely true and always unhelpful. You don't always mess up. You messed up this time. You're not terrible at math. You're currently finding this problem difficult. The goal isn't to coddle yourself. It's to create an internal environment where you can actually process feedback and improve. Harsh criticism doesn't motivate, it paralyzes. Gentle accountability creates space for real change. Micro-habits. Forget massive life overhauls. Real change happens when you make the commitment so small that failing would be embarrassing. Want to write a book? Start with 1 sentence daily. Want to get fit? 1 push-up. That's it. That's the whole commitment. This sounds too simple to work, but that's exactly why it does. Your brain has 2 responses to new behaviors: resistance and momentum. Make the behavior tiny enough, and resistance can't activate. But momentum, that kicks in regardless of size. Here's what happens. You commit to 1 push-up. You're already on the floor, so you do 5, then 10. But even if you only do 1, you've succeeded. You've maintained the chain, built the identity, kept the promise. Success becomes inevitable because failure is nearly impossible. The identity shift matters more than the action. You're not trying to become a writer. You write daily, therefore you're a writer. Even if it's just 1 sentence, you're not getting in shape, you exercise daily. Therefore you're someone who exercises. The quantity is irrelevant. The consistency changes everything. B.J. Fogg, Stanford behavior scientist, discovered that motivation is unreliable, but momentum is physics. A tiny action repeated daily creates an unstoppable force. That 1 sentence becomes a paragraph, then a page, then a chapter. But it starts with permission to do the minimum. The minimum must be laughably small. 2 minutes of meditation is too much. Start with 3 breaths. Reading 1 page is too much. Start with opening the book. Your brain must perceive 0 threat to engage. Here's the psychological trick. You're not allowed to do more than 10x your minimum for the first week. Commit to 1 push-up. You can't do more than 10. This prevents the classic crash and burn where you go too hard and quit. You're building the neural pathway, not trying to impress anyone. After 30 days, that micro-habit is encoded. Then you can scale. But the foundation, the daily non-negotiable action that's permanent, you've hacked habit formation by making it too easy to fail. Spotlight reversal. That moment when you trip in public and feel like everyone's staring. Here's the reality check. They're not. Everyone's too busy worrying about their own potential trips to focus on yours. This is the spotlight effect. The illusion that you're the main character in everyone else's story. Your brain evolved in small tribes, where being watched actually mattered for survival. Now it's malfunctioning in a world of strangers who genuinely don't care about your awkward moments. That presentation you bombed, your audience forgot about it before they reached their cars. They're thinking about their own presentations, their lunch plans, their relationship drama. The reversal technique is simple. When you feel scrutinized, remember that everyone else is feeling scrutinized too. That person who seems so confident, they're probably wondering if their shirt looks weird. The colleague who appears to have it all together, they're stressed about something you can't even imagine. This isn't cynical, it's liberating. You're not performing for an audience that's actually watching. You're performing for an audience that's performing for you. It's performers all the way down, and nobody's really paying attention to anyone else's show. Test this yourself. Try to remember what 3 people wore yesterday. Can't do it? Neither can they about you. Try to recall someone else's embarrassing moment from last week. Drawing a blank? That's how much mental real estate your embarrassing moments occupy in other people's minds. The spotlight reversal works in reverse too. When you're genuinely focused on others asking questions, showing interest, being present, you become magnetic. People are so starved for authentic attention that someone who actually listens stands out dramatically. Use this in high-stakes situations. Job interview? The interviewer is probably nervous about asking good questions. First date? They're worried about being interesting. Networking event? Everyone's feeling awkward and hoping someone else will start conversations. The paradox. The less you think you're being watched, the more watchable you become. Confidence is just the absence of self-consciousness. When you stop performing for an imaginary audience, your real personality emerges, and that's what people actually connect with. Morning pages. 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing first thing in the morning. No editing, no censoring, no trying to be profound. Just brain dump onto paper. It sounds like therapy homework, but it's actually a cognitive performance hack disguised as journaling. Julia Cameron invented this for blocked artists, but it works for anyone whose brain feels cluttered. Think of it as defragmenting your mental hard drive. All those random thoughts, worries, and mental loops get externalized onto paper, freeing up processing power for what actually matters. The magic happens in the complete lack of structure. You're not trying to write well or solve problems. You're just transcribing whatever mental noise is playing. I'm tired, need coffee, worried about that meeting, why does my back hurt, should call mum, this writing is stupid, whatever flows out. 3 pages is the sweet spot enough to get past surface thoughts and hit the deeper stuff, but not so much that it becomes a burden. Most people hit a wall around page 2, then break through to insights on page 3. That's where the gold lives. The timing matters. First thing means before your rational mind fully boots up. You're accessing the subconscious chatter that usually runs in the background all day. Problems you didn't know you were thinking about surface. Solutions appear without effort. Patterns become visible. Handwriting is non-negotiable. Typing engages different brain regions and feels too much like real writing. Your inner critic stays asleep longer with a pen. Plus, the physical act slows you down just enough to stay connected to the thoughts as they emerge. Don't read them immediately. The point isn't to create literature or even coherent thoughts. It's to clear the mental cache. Some people never read their pages. Others review them weekly and find surprising themes. Both approaches work. After a month, something shifts. Your brain learns to process background anxiety during morning pages instead of throughout the day. Decision-making improves because you've already sorted through the mental clutter. Creativity increases because there's space for new ideas. It's meditation for people who can't sit still, therapy for people who don't want to talk, and productivity training disguised as creative practice. Mindfulness meditation. Meditation isn't about emptying your mind or achieving Zen enlightenment. It's about noticing when your mind wanders and gently bringing it back. That's it. You're literally training your attention like a muscle, and like any muscle, it gets stronger with practice. Start with 10 minutes. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, focus on your breath. Your mind will immediately start planning dinner, replaying conversations, or inventing problems. This isn't failure. This is the practice. Notice the wandering, return to breath. Repeat approximately 847 times. Each time you catch your mind wandering and redirect it, you're doing a mental rep. You're strengthening the neural pathways responsible for sustained attention. Studies show just 8 weeks of practice physically changes brain structure, increasing grey matter in areas linked to focus and emotional regulation. The benefits compound quickly. Week 1 feels impossible. Your mind is a hyperactive puppy. Week 2, you catch wandering thoughts faster. By week 4, you're noticing mind wandering in daily life and can redirect attention at will. The skill transfers to everything: work, conversations, problem solving. Use a simple technique. Count breaths from 1 to 10, then start over. When you lose count, you will. Just start at 1 again. No judgment, no frustration. You're not trying to reach 10, you're training the noticing muscle. Getting lost and finding your way back is the entire point. The monkey mind phenomenon is universal. Everyone's brain chatters constantly. Meditation doesn't stop the chatter, it changes your relationship with it. Instead of being dragged around by every thought, you become the observer. Thoughts arise, you notice them, they pass. You're no longer their victim. Apps can help with guided sessions, but the core skill is simple. Notice, return, repeat. You can practice anywhere waiting in line, stuck in traffic, before meetings. Micro meditations of even 30 seconds create measurable benefits. The paradox: the more you practice not thinking, the clearer your thinking becomes. You're not suppressing thoughts, you're learning to choose which ones deserve attention. In a world designed to fracture focus, this becomes a genuine superpower. Pomodoro technique. Your brain isn't designed for marathon focus sessions. It's designed for bursts of intense attention followed by recovery. The Pomodoro technique works with this natural rhythm instead of fighting it. 25 minutes of focused work, 5-minute break, repeat. Francesco Cirillo invented this using a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. Pomodoro is Italian for tomato. The specific timing isn't arbitrary. 25 minutes is long enough to get into flow, but short enough that your brain doesn't rebel. It's the sweet spot between productivity and sustainability. The magic happens in the constraint. Knowing you only have 25 minutes creates urgency. You can't afford to check email or reorganize your desk. The ticking timer becomes external accountability, keeping you honest about what's actually work versus what feels like work. During the 25 minutes, you're in a sprint, single task only, phone in another room, email closed, browser tabs minimized. If a distraction thought pops up, write it down and return to work. The break is coming. You can handle anything for 25 minutes. The 5-minute break is crucial. Stand up, move around, look out a window. Don't check social media or email that's not rest. That's different work. Your brain needs genuine downtime to consolidate what you just learned and prepare for the next sprint. After 4 Pomodoros, take a longer break, 15 to 30 minutes. This prevents the mental fatigue that destroys afternoon productivity. You're working in sustainable cycles instead of burning out by noon. The technique reveals how much time you actually waste. That quick email check becomes obviously disruptive when you're watching a timer. You start protecting your Pomodoros like precious resources, because they are. Track completed Pomodoros to gamify productivity. I did 6 Pomodoros today. Feels more concrete than I worked hard. You're measuring focus time, not just time spent at your desk. Quality over quantity. The constraint creates freedom. Knowing you only have to focus for 25 minutes makes starting easier. Knowing a break is guaranteed makes pushing through resistance possible. You're not committing to hours of suffering, just 25 minutes of effort. Rule of 3. Human brain can only handle about 3 complex things at once before performance degrades. The rule of 3 acknowledges this limitation and turns it into a productivity system. Choose 3 major tasks per day, 3 major goals per quarter, 3 major priorities per year. This isn't about doing less, it's about doing what matters. Most people's daily lists look like grocery store receipts. 47 items of varying importance. The rule of 3 forces brutal prioritization. What are the 3 things that, if completed, would make today a success? The magic number 3 appears everywhere in human psychology. We remember things in 3s better than any other number. Stories have 3 acts. Jokes have 3 parts. Your brain is literally wired for this pattern. Fighting it is futile. Embrace it. Start each day by identifying your 3 priorities before checking email or diving into reactive work. These aren't your only tasks, they're your non-negotiables. Everything else is bonus. This simple filter eliminates decision fatigue and provides clear direction when you feel scattered. The rule scales beautifully. 3 daily priorities roll up to 3 weekly goals, which support 3 monthly objectives, which advance 3 quarterly priorities. You've created a hierarchy where everything connects to something bigger. When someone asks you to take on something new, the question becomes simple. Which of my 3 priorities would this replace? Usually the answer is none, making the decision easy. You're not being unhelpful. You're being strategic about where your finite attention goes. The constraint forces quality thinking. With unlimited slots, you can be lazy about prioritization. With only 3 slots, every choice matters. You start asking better questions. What's the highest impact activity? What moves the needle most? What happens if this doesn't get done? 3 is also small enough to hold in working memory without writing down. You can recite your 3 priorities while walking to meetings, driving to work, or lying in bed. They become mental anchors that keep you oriented throughout the day. The rule prevents the illusion of productivity that comes from checking off many small tasks while avoiding important work. 3 meaningful accomplishments beat 30 trivial ones every time. Analogy, power. Your brain understands new information by connecting it to stuff it already knows. Analogies are the bridges that make complex ideas click instantly. Instead of explaining how email servers work through technical jargon, say, "It's like a post office that never closes." Boom. Understanding achieved. The best teachers, leaders, and communicators are analogy machines. They take abstract concepts and ground them in familiar experiences. Steve Jobs didn't explain computer memory in gigabytes, he said, 1,000 songs in your pocket. That analogy sold millions of iPods because everyone understood what 1,000 songs meant. The key is matching your analogy to your audience's world. Explaining blockchain to a farmer? It's like a ledger that everyone in town can see, but nobody can erase. Explaining it to a teenager? It's like a group chat where every message is permanent and everyone has the full history. Analogies work because they hijack existing neural pathways. Your brain doesn't have to build new understanding from scratch. It just maps new information onto old patterns. This is why the heart is like a pump sticks better than detailed explanations of cardiac physiology. Use the "it's like" test when explaining anything complex. If you can't complete that sentence with something your audience knows, you haven't found the right analogy yet. Keep searching until you hit that aha moment where their eyes light up with recognition. The technique works in reverse too. When you're struggling to understand something new, actively hunt for analogies. This coding concept is like what familiar thing? Your brain will start making connections, and suddenly the abstract becomes concrete. Analogies also reveal flaws in thinking. If your analogy breaks down under scrutiny, maybe your understanding isn't as solid as you thought. They're diagnostic tools that expose gaps in logic or knowledge. Master analogists collect them like tools. They notice when everyday experiences mirror complex principles. Traffic flow becomes network theory. Cooking becomes project management. Gardening becomes business strategy. The world becomes a library of explanatory metaphors. The best part? Once someone gets your analogy, they can extend it themselves. They start seeing the connections you didn't even mention. You've given them a thinking framework, not just information. Selective praise. Most praise is useless. Good job tells someone nothing about what to repeat. But selective praise complementing specific behaviors you want to see more of is behavioral programming disguised as kindness. It's manipulation, but the good kind where everyone wins. Instead of "you're so smart," try "your preparation for that presentation really showed." Instead of "great work," try "the way you handled that difficult customer was impressive." You're not just making someone feel good, you're highlighting exactly what made them successful. This works because people crave recognition but rarely know what they're doing right. Your specific praise becomes a roadmap for future success. They think, "Oh, that's what good looks like. I should do more of that." You've just programmed better performance without giving a single piece of criticism. The timing matters. Praise immediately after the behavior, while it's fresh in their mind. Waiting until the annual review dilutes the impact. The connection between action and recognition needs to be crystal clear for the programming to work. Watch what happens when you praise effort over talent. You're naturally gifted creates pressure to maintain an image. Your persistence paid off encourages more persistence. You're shaping identity through the behaviors you choose to highlight. This technique transforms relationships. Kids stop seeking attention through negative behavior when positive behavior gets specific recognition. Employees repeat actions that earn detailed praise. Partners feel appreciated for things they didn't even realize you noticed. The contrast effect amplifies this. When you're selective with praise, it carries more weight. If you compliment everything, nothing feels special. But when you only highlight genuinely impressive behavior, people pay attention. Your praise becomes currency they want to earn. Use the behavior sandwich for maximum impact. Specific behavior impact encouragement. When you asked clarifying questions in that meeting, it helped everyone understand the project better. Keep doing that. It makes you a valuable team member. The beautiful part? This isn't fake positivity. You're genuinely looking for good things to reinforce. Your attention shifts from what's wrong to what's working. Everyone improves, including your own mindset. You become someone who sees the best in people, which makes people want to be their best around you. Bumpy wagon planning. Everyone plans for success. Smart people plan for failure. The bumpy wagon technique means expecting setbacks as normal parts of any journey, not signs that you should quit. You're not being pessimistic. You're being realistic about how change actually works. The name comes from old wagon trains crossing rough terrain. Nobody expected smooth roads. They packed extra supplies, planned for broken wheels, and knew some days would be harder than others. Modern goal setters somehow expect their journeys to be paved highways. When they hit bumps, they think something's wrong. Here's how it works. When setting any goal, immediately plan for 3 specific setbacks. Learning guitar? Plan for the week you won't practice, the day your fingers hurt too much to continue, and the moment you'll think you have no musical talent. Having these scenarios mapped out removes their power to derail you. The psychology is brilliant. Setbacks feel like personal failures when they're unexpected, but when they're part of the plan, they're just checkpoints. Oh, here's that motivation dip I knew was coming. Time to implement strategy B. You've transformed a crisis into a scheduled maintenance stop. Write down your when-then scenarios. When I miss 3 workouts in a row, then I'll do one 10-minute session to restart the habit. When I feel like quitting this project, then I'll review my original reasons for starting. You're preloading solutions for predictable problems. This prevents the what the hell effect, where one small slip becomes total abandonment. Ate a donut on your diet. If you planned for this, it's just data. If you didn't, it becomes evidence that you're hopeless and might as well eat the whole box. The technique also builds genuine confidence. When you successfully navigate planned setbacks, you prove to yourself that you can handle difficulties. Each bump you overcome makes you more resilient for the next one. Share your bumpy wagon plan with others. I'm learning Spanish, and I know there will be weeks I don't practice. That's normal. This prevents well-meaning friends from treating temporary setbacks like permanent failures. You've educated your support network about how progress actually works. Lateral thinking. When you're stuck on a problem, your brain keeps running the same mental loops. Lateral thinking breaks those loops by approaching from completely different angles. Instead of asking, "How do I solve this?" ask, "What would this look like if it were easy?" Or, "How would a child approach this?" Edward de Bono coined the term to describe thinking that moves sideways instead of straight ahead. Vertical thinking digs deeper into the same hole. Lateral thinking starts digging somewhere else entirely. Sometimes the solution isn't at the bottom of your current hole. Try the random word technique. Pick any noun from a dictionary and force connections between it and your problem. Stuck on a marketing campaign? Random word. Bicycle. How is marketing like a bicycle? It needs balance, momentum, someone steering. Suddenly you're thinking about balance in messaging and momentum in campaigns. The assumption reversal method is equally powerful. List all your assumptions about the problem, then flip each one. Assume the opposite is true and see what solutions emerge. Can't afford to hire help. What if you assumed you couldn't afford not to hire help? The reframe often reveals hidden options. Ask, what would random person do? How would a kindergarten teacher solve this business problem? How would a chef approach this relationship issue? Different professions have different mental models. Borrowing their frameworks can unlock solutions your expertise blinds you to. The constraint addition paradox works wonders. Make the problem harder by adding artificial limitations. Need to cut costs? What if you had to cut them in half? What if you had to do it in one day? Extreme constraints force creative solutions that work even without the constraints. Lateral thinking thrives on the absurd. The weirder the connection, the more likely it is to break your mental patterns. This isn't random brainstorming, it's systematic pattern interruption. You're forcing your brain out of its comfortable grooves. The best lateral thinkers collect thinking tools like a Swiss Army knife. They have dozens of ways to approach problems sideways. When one angle doesn't work, they try another. They've turned creativity into a systematic process. Strategic planning. Most people react to problems as they arise. Strategic thinkers anticipate problems before they happen and prepare multiple responses. It's like chess, you're not just planning your next move. You're thinking 3 moves ahead and considering what your opponent might do. The key is scenario planning. For any important decision or project, ask what could go wrong. Then ask what could go really wrong. Then ask what could go catastrophically wrong. For each scenario, develop a response plan. You're not being paranoid, you're being prepared. Use the pre-mortem technique. Imagine your project failed spectacularly. Work backward from that failure to identify what could have caused it. This reveals blind spots that normal planning misses. You're essentially time traveling to learn from future mistakes before making them. Strategic planning also means identifying leverage points, small actions that create disproportionate results. Instead of working harder, you're working on the things that make everything else easier. What's the one skill that would 10x your effectiveness? What's the one relationship that would open multiple doors? Think in systems, not just goals. A goal is lose 20 pounds. A system is become someone who exercises daily and eats mostly whole foods. Goals have endpoints. Systems create identities. Strategic thinkers build systems that naturally produce the outcomes they want. The second-order thinking habit separates amateurs from pros. Amateurs ask, what happens if I do this? Pros ask, what happens after what happens? Every action creates reactions. Strategic thinkers trace the chain of consequences before acting. Map your dependencies. What has to happen before your plan can work? Who needs to say yes? What resources must be available? What external factors could derail everything? Dependencies are failure points. Identify them early and create backup plans. Strategic planning isn't about predicting the future. It's about preparing for multiple futures. You're building flexibility into your approach so you can adapt when reality inevitably differs from your plan. The plan isn't the point. The planning is the point. The best strategic thinkers update their plans constantly. New information changes the landscape. What looked smart last month might be stupid today. Flexibility beats perfection every time. The 80-20 principle. 20% of your activities produce 80% of your results. This isn't a rough estimate. It's a mathematical law that shows up everywhere. 20% of customers generate 80% of revenue. 20% of your wardrobe gets worn 80% of the time. 20% of your efforts create 80% of your happiness. The Pareto principle, named after Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, reveals that most things in life are distributed unevenly. The challenge is identifying which 20% actually matters. Most people spend equal energy on everything, which means they're wasting 80% of their effort on activities that barely move the needle. Start with a brutal audit. List everything you do in a typical week. Now honestly, assess which activities produce the most significant results. That difficult conversation you've been avoiding, probably high impact. Those 3 hours spent organizing your email folders, probably not. The principle works in reverse too. 20% of your problems cause 80% of your stress. 20% of your possessions create 80% of your clutter. 20% of your relationships drain 80% of your emotional energy. Identifying and eliminating these high-impact negatives is as important as doubling down on high-impact positives. In business, this is revolutionary. Instead of trying to please every customer equally, focus obsessively on the 20% who generate most of your revenue. Instead of improving every product feature, identify the few that customers actually use. Instead of attending every meeting, figure out which ones actually require your input. The same logic applies to learning. 20% of vocabulary words appear in 80% of conversations. 20% of coding concepts solve 80% of programming problems. 20% of historical events explain 80% of current world dynamics. Focus your study time accordingly. The hardest part is saying no to the 80%. These activities aren't necessarily bad, they're just not essential. But every yes to something unimportant is a no to something that matters. Your time and energy are finite resources. The 80/20th principle helps you invest them where they'll compound. Track your high-impact activities and protect them fiercely. Schedule them first. Give them your best energy. Everything else can wait. Vulnerability bait. Sharing calculated vulnerabilities creates instant connection. But there's an art to it. Too little, and you seem fake. Too much, and you seem unstable. The sweet spot is sharing struggles you've overcome, not current crises. You're showing humanity without appearing helpless. The technique works because vulnerability is magnetic. When someone shares something real, our guard drops. We think, they trusted me with this. I should trust them back. It's psychological reciprocity. Vulnerability begets vulnerability, but it has to be strategic, not accidental. Choose vulnerabilities that are relatable, but not overwhelming. I used to be terrified of public speaking. Works better than I'm currently having a nervous breakdown. Past struggles show growth. Current struggles can make people uncomfortable. You want empathy, not pity. The timing matters enormously. Too early in a relationship, and vulnerability feels like oversharing. Too late, and it feels calculated. The sweet spot is usually after some initial rapport, but before deep trust is established. You're accelerating the natural progression of intimacy. Use the struggle sandwich format. Brief context, the struggle, how you overcame it. When I started my business, I was so anxious about networking events that I'd sit in my car for 20 minutes before going in. I realized everyone else was probably nervous too, so I started asking people about themselves instead of worrying about what to say. Now, I actually enjoy meeting new people. This formula works because it shows vulnerability, the anxiety, relatability, everyone gets nervous, and growth. You developed a solution. You're not just sharing a weakness, you're sharing wisdom earned through struggle. Watch for reciprocal vulnerability. When someone matches your disclosure with their own, you've successfully created connection. If they don't reciprocate, you may have shared too much too soon. Adjust accordingly. The technique has a dark side. Some people collect vulnerabilities like trophies, using them to manipulate others. Guard against this by paying attention to how your disclosures are received and used. Healthy people respond with empathy and reciprocity. Unhealthy people respond with judgment or exploitation. Master this, and you'll build deeper relationships faster than people who keep everything surface level. Vulnerability isn't weakness, it's the courage to be seen. 2-minute rule. If something takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Don't add it to your to-do list. Don't schedule it for later. Don't think about it twice. Just do it now. This simple rule prevents small tasks from becoming mental burdens that weigh you down all day. The magic happens in the prevention. That quick email response, that dish in the sink, that document you need to file, each one seems insignificant, but they accumulate like interest, creating a background hum of unfinished business that drains mental energy. The 2-minute rule stops this accumulation before it starts. Your brain treats unfinished tasks like open browser tabs, each one consuming processing power. Psychologists call this the Zeigarnik effect. Incomplete tasks create mental tension that persists until resolution. By immediately completing quick tasks, you're closing those mental tabs and freeing up cognitive resources. The rule also prevents the task inflation phenomenon. That 2-minute email becomes a 20-minute ordeal when you've been avoiding it for a week. Anxiety and procrastination make everything harder. Handle it immediately, and it stays simple. There's a crucial distinction. This applies to tasks that genuinely take 2 minutes, not tasks you wish took 2 minutes. Responding to a simple email, 2 minutes. Writing a thoughtful proposal, not 2 minutes, even if you tell yourself it should be. Be honest about time estimates. The rule works best when combined with regular processing sessions. Set aside time to go through emails, messages, and small tasks. Apply the 2-minute rule during these sessions. If it's quick, do it. If it's not, schedule it properly or delegate it. Some people modify this to a 5-minute rule or even a 30-second rule, depending on their workflow. The exact time frame matters less than having a clear threshold. You need a decision point that eliminates the mental back and forth of, should I do this now or later? The compound effect is remarkable. People who consistently apply this rule report feeling more organized, less overwhelmed, and more in control. They're not doing more work, they're preventing small work from becoming big problems. Concept blending. Innovation rarely comes from pure genius. It comes from combining existing ideas in new ways. The iPhone wasn't invented from scratch. It blended a phone, an iPod, and internet access. Uber combined taxis with smartphone apps. Netflix merged mail-order DVDs with streaming technology. Breakthrough thinking is usually blend thinking. Your brain naturally makes connections between disparate concepts, but you can supercharge this process. Actively look for ways to combine unrelated ideas. What happens when you merge a bicycle with a boat? You get a pedal-powered watercraft. What happens when you combine a library with a coffee shop? You get a bookstore cafe. Use the forced relationship technique. Pick 2 random concepts and brainstorm connections. How is marketing like gardening? Both require patience, the right conditions, regular attention, and time to see results. This isn't just wordplay. These connections often reveal genuine insights about how things work. The cross-pollination method works wonders for problem solving. Study how other industries handle similar challenges. How do restaurants manage customer flow? How do airlines handle overbooking? How do video games maintain user engagement? Solutions from one domain often transfer beautifully to another. Keep a concept collection, interesting ideas, mechanisms, or principles you encounter. A bird's wing design, a traffic flow pattern, a social media algorithm, a teaching technique. When you're stuck on a problem, browse your collection and force connections. What if customer service worked like a video game? What if team meetings followed the structure of a cooking show? The best innovators are intellectual magpies, collecting shiny ideas from everywhere. They read outside their field, talk to people in different industries, and study systems that have nothing to do with their work. This broad input creates more raw material for blending. Don't judge combinations too quickly. The best blends often sound ridiculous at first. A computer you carry in your pocket, absurd. Paying strangers to drive you around in their personal cars, crazy. Watching other people play video games, pointless. Yet smartphones, Uber, and Twitch all became billion-dollar industries. Practice what-if scenarios regularly. What if restaurants worked like libraries? What if schools worked like gyms? What if meetings worked like improv shows? Most combinations won't work, but the few that do can change everything. Social accountability. Telling others about your goals transforms them from private wishes into public commitments. Your brain treats promises to others differently than promises to yourself. Breaking a commitment to yourself feels bad. Breaking a commitment to others feels shameful. Shame is a more powerful motivator than guilt. The technique works because humans are fundamentally social creatures. We're wired to care about our reputation and standing in the group. When you announce a goal publicly, you've essentially put your credibility on the line. Your future self will work harder to avoid the embarrassment of public failure. Choose your accountability partners strategically. You want people who care about your success, but won't let you off the hook easily. Your best friend who always says, "It's okay, try again next time," isn't ideal. You need someone who will ask tough questions and expect real answers. The announcement should be specific and time-bound. "I'm going to get in shape" is too vague. "I'm going to run a 5K in 3 months" creates clear success criteria. Your accountability partners can't hold you accountable to fuzzy goals because there's no clear way to measure progress. Regular check-ins amplify the effect. Weekly progress reports to your accountability partner keep the pressure constant. You can't coast for weeks and then scramble at the end. The consistent reporting creates consistent effort. Social media can work for this, but choose your platform carefully. LinkedIn announcements about professional goals carry more weight than Facebook posts about personal ones. The audience matters. You want people who will remember your commitment and follow up. The technique has a dark side. Some people become addicted to announcing goals without following through. They get the dopamine hit from the announcement and lose motivation for the actual work. Combat this by focusing on process goals rather than outcome goals. Instead of, "I'm going to lose 20 pounds, try, "I'm going to exercise 4 times per week." Group accountability multiplies the effect. Join or create a group with similar goals. The peer pressure and mutual support create a powerful environment for change. You're not just accountable to one person, you're accountable to a community. The key is making the social cost of quitting higher than the personal cost of continuing. Pain threshold training. Your perceived limits are usually far below your actual limits. Pain threshold training means deliberately pushing slightly past your comfort zone in controlled ways to expand what you think is possible. It's not about becoming a masochist. It's about recalibrating your relationship with discomfort. Start small and safe. Hold a plank for 10 seconds past when you want to quit. Take a cold shower for 30 seconds longer than feels comfortable. Sit in an uncomfortable position during a meeting instead of immediately adjusting. You're training your brain to distinguish between "this feels bad" and "this is actually dangerous." The magic happens in that gap between discomfort and damage. Most people quit at the first sign of discomfort, never discovering how much more they're capable of. Athletes know this intimately. The difference between a good workout and a great one is usually those last few reps when everything hurts, but nothing's actually wrong. Mental discomfort works the same way. That awkward conversation you're avoiding, the presentation that makes you nervous, the difficult decision you keep postponing, your brain treats these as threats, but they're actually opportunities to expand your comfort zone. Use the calm mind approach during discomfort. Instead of fighting the sensation or telling yourself it's not that bad, simply observe it with curiosity. Interesting, my legs are burning during this plank. My brain is telling me to stop, but I'm not in actual danger. This creates distance between you and the discomfort. The compound effect is remarkable. People who regularly practice discomfort tolerance become more resilient in all areas of life. They're less likely to quit when things get hard, more willing to take calculated risks, and better at handling stress. They've proven to themselves that they can handle more than they thought. Track your progress objectively. How long can you hold that plank? How cold can you make that shower? How long can you sit in meditation when your mind is racing? Numbers don't lie, and seeing improvement builds confidence in your expanding capabilities. The goal isn't to become numb to discomfort, it's to become comfortable with discomfort. There's a crucial difference. You still feel everything, but you're no longer controlled by those feelings. You've developed the ability to choose your response instead of reacting automatically. Strategic humor. Laughter isn't just entertainment. It's a social tool that can diffuse tension, build rapport, and even change brain chemistry. Strategic humor means using laughter intentionally to create specific outcomes, not just hoping you're naturally funny. The science is clear. Laughter releases endorphins, reduces cortisol, and activates the parasympathetic nervous system. When people laugh, they literally become more relaxed and open to new ideas. This makes humor a powerful tool for influence, negotiation, and relationship building. Self-deprecating humor is the safest bet. Making fun of yourself shows confidence and humility simultaneously. "I'm so bad with technology, I still try to rewind Netflix," gets laughs while making you seem approachable. You're lowering your status slightly to raise the comfort level of everyone else. Timing beats content every time. A mediocre joke at the perfect moment works better than a brilliant joke at the wrong time. Watch for natural openings after mistakes, during awkward silences, when tension is building. Humor works best as a pressure release valve. Use the callback technique to build ongoing rapport. Reference something funny from earlier in the conversation or relationship. This creates a sense of shared history and inside jokes. You're building a private comedy club with just 2 members. Observational humor is universally safe. Point out absurdities that everyone can see but nobody's mentioned. Is it just me, or does this elevator music sound like it's trying to hypnotize us? You're not making fun of anyone, you're making fun of the situation everyone's experiencing. The yes and principle from improv comedy works in regular conversation too. When someone makes a joke, build on it instead of changing the subject. This creates collaborative humor where everyone feels included and clever. Know your audience. What's hilarious to your college friends might bomb in a board meeting. Adjust your humor to match the context and the people. When in doubt, err on the side of gentle and inclusive, rather than edgy and exclusive. Avoid humor that punches down. Making fun of people with less power or privilege isn't strategic, it's just mean. Punch up at authority figures or sideways at shared experiences. The best humor brings people together rather than dividing them. Master strategic humor and you'll navigate social situations with ease. Difficult conversations become manageable. Tense meetings become productive. Awkward moments become bonding opportunities. Open body language. Your body speaks before you do. Within seconds of meeting someone, they've made unconscious judgments about your trustworthiness, competence, and likability based entirely on your posture and positioning. Master open body language, and you'll influence these snap judgments in your favor. Open posture signals safety and confidence. Uncrossed arms, relaxed shoulders, and visible palms tell the primitive brain, this person isn't a threat. Crossed arms, hunched shoulders, and hidden hands trigger subtle alarm bells. People won't consciously notice, but they'll feel less comfortable around you. The steeple gesture, fingertips touching, palms apart, projects authority without aggression. Politicians and executives use this constantly during speeches and negotiations. It shows confidence while keeping hands visible and non-threatening. Eye contact is crucial but nuanced. Too little suggests dishonesty or insecurity. Too much feels aggressive or creepy. The sweet spot is maintaining eye contact about 60 to 70% of the time during conversation. Breaking away naturally to think or gesture. Mirror the other person's energy level subtly. If they're animated, match some of that energy. If they're calm and measured, dial down your intensity. This creates unconscious rapport. They feel like you're on the same wavelength because, physically, you are. The triangle technique works wonders in professional settings. Imagine a triangle between the person's eyes and mouth. Keep your gaze within this triangle during conversation. It feels attentive without being intense, professional without being cold. Lean in slightly when someone's speaking to show engagement. Lean back slightly when you're speaking to give them space to process. These micro movements communicate respect and consideration without saying a word. Watch your barriers. Laptops, coffee cups, and phones create unconscious walls between you and others. When possible, remove these obstacles or position them to the side. Clear sightlines create clearer communication. The power pose research might be controversial, but the underlying principle holds. Your posture affects your internal state. Stand tall, take up appropriate space, and keep your movements deliberate rather than fidgety. You'll feel more confident, and others will perceive you as more competent. Practice in low-stakes situations first. Notice how people respond differently when you consciously use open body language. The feedback loop will reinforce these habits until they become automatic. Scarcity triggers. Humans are wired to want what's limited. The same item becomes more desirable when there are only 3 left in stock. The same opportunity becomes more attractive when it expires tomorrow. Scarcity triggers this psychological bias, making people act faster and value things more highly. The principle works because our brains evolved in environments where resources were genuinely scarce. Missing out on food or shelter could mean death. Modern abundance hasn't rewired this ancient programming. We still feel urgency when something might disappear, even if it's just a discount code. Time scarcity often works better than quantity scarcity. Only 5 spots left can feel artificial, but registration closes Friday feels legitimate. Deadlines create natural urgency without seeming manipulative. People understand that time genuinely runs out. Use scarcity ethically by making it real. Don't claim limited quantities if you have unlimited stock. Don't create fake deadlines just to pressure people. But if you genuinely have constraints, limited time, limited capacity, limited availability, communicate them clearly. The loss framing technique amplifies scarcity. Instead of gain this benefit, try don't miss this opportunity. Our brains hate losing things more than they enjoy gaining equivalent things. Last chance to save $100 motivates more than opportunity to save $100. Exclusive access creates powerful scarcity. Members only, invitation required, or early access makes people feel special while creating urgency. You're not just offering a product, you're offering membership in a select group. Personal scarcity works too. Make your time and attention genuinely limited. Don't be available 24/7. Don't say yes to every request. When your availability is scarce, people value it more. They prepare better for meetings, respect your boundaries, and appreciate your input. The contrast effect amplifies scarcity. Show abundance first, then reveal limitations. We have hundreds of applications, but only 10 spots in the program. The large number makes the small number feel even more exclusive. Scarcity without quality is manipulation. Scarcity with genuine value is persuasion. Make sure what you're making scarce is actually worth wanting. The technique amplifies existing desire. It doesn't create desire from nothing. Emotional temperature matching. Walk into a room and you can feel the emotional temperature immediately. Tense meeting, celebratory gathering, somber occasion. Your ability to read and match this temperature determines how well you'll connect with others. Fight the room's energy and you'll seem tone-deaf. Match it skillfully and you'll seem emotionally intelligent. The technique starts with observation. Before speaking, spend 30 seconds reading the room. Are people animated or subdued, formal or casual, focused or distracted? This emotional reconnaissance prevents you from bringing the wrong energy to the situation. Matching doesn't mean mimicking. If everyone's stressed, you don't need to become stressed too. Instead, acknowledge the stress while bringing calm competence. I can see this is a challenging situation. Let's figure out our next steps. You've matched their reality while offering a path forward. The emotional bridge technique works beautifully. Start where people are emotionally, then gradually guide them where you want them to go. Team feeling defeated after a setback. Start with, this is disappointing, and it's okay to feel frustrated, before moving to, now let's look at what we learned and how we move forward. Energy levels matter as much as emotional content. Bringing high energy to a low energy room feels jarring. Bringing low energy to a high energy room feels deflating. Match the intensity first, then adjust the direction if needed. Use your voice as a temperature control. Speak softly in tense situations to encourage calm. Speak with energy in flat situations to encourage engagement. Your vocal tone often matters more than your words in setting emotional temperature. The emotional Aikido principle applies here. Instead of opposing the room's energy, redirect it. Angry team? Channel that passion towards solutions. Anxious group? Transform that alertness into focused preparation. You're not fighting the emotion, you're giving it a productive outlet. Watch for emotional contagion. Emotions spread unconsciously through groups. One person's anxiety can infect everyone. One person's calm confidence can settle an entire room. Be intentional about which emotions you're broadcasting. Master this skill, and you'll become someone people want around during difficult times. You'll be the person who makes tense situations manageable and flat situations engaging. Emotional temperature matching is leadership disguised as empathy. Task chunking. Your brain shuts down when faced with massive projects. Write a book feels impossible. Write one page feels manageable. Task chunking breaks overwhelming work into bite-sized pieces that your mind can actually process without triggering avoidance behaviors. The magic number is 7, plus or minus 2. That's how many items your working memory can handle simultaneously. Anything bigger needs to be broken down. A project with 15 steps becomes 3 phases with 5 steps each. Suddenly your brain can see the path forward instead of just staring at a mountain. Use the next smallest step technique. Don't ask, how do I complete this project? Ask, what's the very next thing I need to do? Usually it's something simple like open a document or send an email. That tiny action creates momentum, and momentum builds on itself. Time-based chunking works wonders too. Instead of clean the entire house, try clean for 15 minutes. The constraint makes starting easier, and often you'll continue past the time limit once you've built momentum. You've tricked yourself into starting by making the commitment laughably small. Visual chunking helps with complex information. Break dense text into bullet points. Organize data into categories. Use white space to create mental breathing room. Your brain processes information in chunks. Naturally work with this tendency instead of against it. The Swiss cheese method tackles big projects by poking holes in them randomly. Don't work sequentially from start to finish. Jump around and complete whatever piece feels manageable today. Eventually, you'll have so many holes that the remaining work feels less intimidating. Each completed chunk provides a psychological win. Your brain releases dopamine when you finish something, even if it's small. String together enough small wins, and you'll maintain motivation throughout long projects. Progress becomes visible and rewarding. Chunk deadlines too. Instead of one massive deadline at the end, create mini deadlines throughout the project. This prevents the panic-driven all-nighter approach and spreads the work more evenly. You're essentially creating a series of smaller projects instead of one overwhelming monster. The key is making each chunk feel achievable in your current mental state. Tired? Make chunks smaller. Energized? Make them slightly bigger. Adjust the size based on your capacity, not some arbitrary standard. Story persuasion. Facts tell, but stories sell. Your brain is wired to remember narratives, not statistics. When you want to persuade someone, wrap your message in a story with characters, conflict, and resolution. They'll remember the story long after they've forgotten your logical arguments. Stories work because they activate multiple brain regions simultaneously. When you hear sales increase 23%, only your language centers engage. When you hear Sarah was struggling to pay her bills until she discovered this technique, your brain lights up with empathy, visualization, and emotional processing. The message becomes multidimensional. Use the before, during, after structure. Show someone in a problematic situation, before. Introduce the solution or change, during. Then reveal the positive outcome, after. This mirrors the classic story arc that humans have been telling for thousands of years. Your audience unconsciously knows how to process this format. Make your protagonist relatable to your audience. If you're speaking to entrepreneurs, tell stories about entrepreneurs. If you're addressing parents, feature parents in your narratives. People need to see themselves in your story for it to have persuasive power. Specific details make stories believable and memorable. Don't say a woman. Say a 34-year-old marketing manager named Jennifer. Don't say she was stressed. Say she was drinking 4 cups of coffee before noon and checking her phone every 3 minutes. Specificity creates credibility. The failure story can be more powerful than the success story. Share a time when you or someone else tried the wrong approach and failed, then contrast it with the right approach. This acknowledges your audience's skepticism while demonstrating that you understand the pitfalls they're worried about. Use sensory details to make stories vivid. Don't just say someone was nervous. Describe their sweaty palms and racing heart. Don't just say a solution worked. Describe the relief they felt and the smile that spread across their face. Sensory details make abstract concepts feel real. The nested loop technique keeps people engaged. Start multiple story threads, then resolve them one by one. This creates curiosity gaps that your audience wants filled. They'll stay engaged to hear how each story ends. End with a clear connection to your main point. Don't make people guess why you told the story. Just like Jennifer discovered, when you focus on systems instead of goals, everything becomes easier. Bridge the narrative to your message explicitly. Stop, breathe, think. When emotions spike, your prefrontal cortex goes offline and your amygdala takes control. You're literally not thinking clearly. You're reacting from your reptilian brain. The stop, breathe, think technique creates a circuit breaker that brings your rational mind back online before you do something you'll regret. The stop isn't just mental, it's physical. Literally pause whatever you're doing. Stop typing that angry email. Stop walking toward the confrontation. Stop reaching for your phone to fire off that text. Physical stillness helps mental stillness. Your body and mind are more connected than you realize. The breathe phase isn't just about oxygen, it's about time. Those few seconds of focused breathing create space between trigger and response. Your stress hormones start metabolizing. Your heart rate begins to slow. You're buying time for your rational brain to come back online. The think phase asks 3 simple questions. What am I feeling? Why am I feeling it? What response would I be proud of later? This quick emotional inventory prevents reactive decisions. You're choosing your response instead of being hijacked by your initial impulse. Practice this during low-stakes situations first. Traffic jams, minor inconveniences, small frustrations. Build the neural pathway when the stakes are low, so it's available when the stakes are high. Like any skill, emotional regulation improves with practice. The technique works for positive emotions too. About to make an impulsive purchase because you're excited? Stop, breathe, think. About to say yes to a commitment because you're feeling generous? Same process. Strong emotions of any kind can lead to decisions you'll regret. Use environmental cues to trigger the technique. Put a sticky note on your computer that says SBT. Set your phone wallpaper to remind you. Create visual anchors that prompt the pause when you need it most. The power is in the pause. Most emotional reactions feel urgent, but aren't actually time-sensitive. That email can wait 5 minutes. That conversation can happen after you've collected yourself. That decision can be made when you're thinking clearly. Master this technique, and you'll navigate life with the superpower of responding instead of reacting. Your relationships will improve, your decisions will be better, and your stress levels will plummet, all because you learned to pause. Distributed practice. Cramming feels productive, but creates fragile knowledge that disappears quickly. Distributed practice, spreading learning over time with gaps between sessions, creates durable understanding that lasts. Your brain consolidates information during rest periods, making spaced learning far more effective than marathon sessions. The spacing effect is one of the most robust findings in psychology. Information reviewed after increasing intervals, 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, gets encoded into long-term memory more effectively than information reviewed repeatedly in short periods. You're working with your brain's natural consolidation process instead of against it. Use the forgetting curve to your advantage. Hermann Ebbinghaus discovered that we forget most new information within 24 hours unless we review it. But each review session slows the forgetting process. The optimal review schedule fights the curve at exactly the right moments. Apply this to skill development too. Practice guitar for 20 minutes daily rather than 140 minutes once a week. Your muscle memory and neural pathways develop more effectively with consistent, spaced practice. The gaps between sessions allow your brain to process and integrate what you've learned. The interleaving technique amplifies distributed practice. Instead of practicing one skill until mastery, then moving to the next, mix different skills within each session. This feels less efficient, but creates more robust learning. Your brain has to work harder to distinguish between concepts, which strengthens understanding. Create a review schedule for important information. Use apps like Anki for spaced repetition, or simply schedule review sessions in your calendar. The key is increasing the intervals between reviews as the information becomes more familiar. Fresh information needs frequent review. Established knowledge needs occasional reinforcement. This principle applies to habit formation too. Don't try to change everything at once. Introduce new behaviors gradually, allowing each one to stabilize before adding the next. Distributed habit change is more sustainable than dramatic lifestyle overhauls. The compound effect is remarkable. Information learned through distributed practice not only lasts longer, but transfers better to new situations. You're not just memorizing, you're building flexible knowledge that adapts to different contexts. Fight the urge to binge learn. It feels satisfying in the moment, but creates the illusion of mastery. True learning happens in the spaces between study sessions, when your sleeping brain weaves new information into existing knowledge networks. Optimism bias training. Your brain's default setting is threat detection, constantly scanning for what could go wrong. This negativity bias kept ancestors alive, but makes modern humans miserable. Optimism bias training doesn't mean ignoring reality. It means actively looking for potential upsides to balance your brain's natural pessimism. The technique starts with reframing setbacks as data rather than disasters. Lost a client? That's information about what doesn't work, bringing you closer to what does. Got rejected from a job? You're now available for a better opportunity that's coming. This isn't denial. It's strategic perspective taking. Use the best case scenario exercise. When facing uncertainty, your brain automatically generates worst case scenarios. Deliberately imagine the best case scenario too. What if everything goes better than expected? What opportunities might emerge from this challenge? You're not predicting the future, you're balancing your mental diet. The silver lining search becomes a daily practice. At the end of each day, identify one potential positive outcome from something that initially seemed negative. Traffic jam that made you late? You avoided a potential accident that happened 5 minutes ahead. Difficult conversation with a colleague? You clarified expectations and prevented bigger problems later. This isn't toxic positivity. Acknowledge real problems and negative emotions. But after processing them, actively search for growth opportunities, hidden benefits, or potential positive outcomes. You're training your brain to see the full picture instead of just the threats. Track your predictions to calibrate your optimism. Write down what you think will happen in challenging situations, then review the outcomes later. Most people discover their pessimistic predictions were wrong more often than their optimistic ones. This builds confidence in positive thinking. The pre-mortem, pre-celebration technique balances optimism with realism. Imagine both failure and success scenarios, then plan for both. This prevents blind optimism while maintaining hopeful energy. You're prepared for setbacks but expecting success. Use optimistic language patterns. This might work becomes, this could be amazing. I hope it goes well becomes, I expect good things. Small language shifts create big mindset changes. Your brain believes what you repeatedly tell it. The compound effect transforms your entire experience. Optimistic people don't have easier lives. They have more resilient responses to life's challenges. They bounce back faster, take more calculated risks, and create more opportunities through their positive energy. Eisenhower Matrix. President Eisenhower ran the Allied forces and then the United States using a simple 2-2 grid that sorted tasks by urgency and importance. This matrix reveals a shocking truth. Most people spend their lives in the wrong quadrants, confusing busy with productive. Draw a square and divide it into 4. Top left, urgent and important, crises, deadlines. Top right, not urgent, but important, planning, relationships, health. Bottom left, urgent, but not important, interruptions, most emails. Bottom right, neither urgent nor important, time wasters. Most people live in the urgent quadrants, bouncing between crises and interruptions. They're reactive, stressed, and always behind. The magic happens when you shift focus to the important but not urgent quadrant. This is where prevention, planning, and growth live. Time spent here reduces future crises. The matrix exposes uncomfortable truths. That urgent email, usually someone else's priority masquerading as yours. That crisis, often preventable with better planning. Those time-wasting activities, they're stealing hours from what actually matters. Use the matrix as a daily filter. Before starting any task, place it in a quadrant. Urgent and important, do it now. Important but not urgent, schedule it and protect that time. Urgent but not important, delegate or batch it. Neither, delete it from your life. The quadrant migration strategy transforms your work. Deliberately spend more time in the important but not urgent quadrant. Exercise prevents health crises. Relationship maintenance prevents personal crises. Strategic planning prevents work crises. You're playing offense instead of defense. Track your time by quadrant for 1 week. Most people discover they spend 60% of their time on urgent but not important tasks. Other people's priorities. This awareness alone creates change. You start questioning every urgent request. The matrix also reveals why you're exhausted but unproductive. Urgency creates adrenaline, which feels like productivity but isn't. You're confusing motion with progress. The important work that moves your life forward rarely feels urgent until it's too late. Master this tool, and you'll join the rare group who are proactive rather than reactive. You'll have time for what matters because you're not constantly fighting fires. The urgent will always scream louder than the important, but now you know not to listen. Memory redirection. When negative thoughts loop in your mind, fighting them directly often makes them stronger. Memory redirection uses physical movement and environmental change to break the neural pattern, literally moving your body to move your mind. It's cognitive behavioral therapy meets basic physics. The technique works because memories and emotions are state-dependent. Your brain associates thoughts with physical contexts. That anxiety spiral that happens in bed, it's partially triggered by being in bed. That work stress that floods back when you sit at your desk is a stress anchor. When caught in negative loops, immediately change your physical state. Stand up if sitting. Go outside if inside. Take a shower if you've been still. Do jumping jacks if you've been sedentary. Your brain has to redirect resources to manage the new physical situation, breaking the thought pattern. The pattern interrupt can be subtle. Sometimes just changing rooms is enough. Your bedroom brain and kitchen brain are slightly different. Use this to your advantage. Anxious thoughts in the bedroom? Go make tea in the kitchen. The physical transition creates mental transition. Create reset rituals for common negative patterns. Always spiral after difficult phone calls. Immediately take a 5-minute walk. Always ruminate after checking email. Do 10 push-ups. You're training your brain to expect the reset, which often prevents the spiral from starting. Music works as an auditory redirect. Create playlists for different mental states you want to achieve. Feeling stuck in sadness? Have an upbeat playlist ready. Can't stop angry thoughts? Use calming instrumental music. You're giving your brain a different soundtrack to process. The opposite action principle amplifies this. Feeling lethargic and depressed? Do something physically energetic. Feeling anxious and wired? Do something physically calming. You're not denying the emotion, you're giving your body contradictory signals that neutralize the intensity. Cold water is a powerful redirect. Splash it on your face, run it over your wrists, or take a brief cold shower. The physical shock demands your brain's full attention, breaking whatever loop you are stuck in. It's a manual restart for your mental operating system. The key is acting immediately when you notice the negative pattern. The longer you wait, the deeper the groove becomes. Catch it early, redirect physically, and you'll find your mental state follows your body's lead. Focus soundscapes. Your brain craves consistency when trying to focus. Random noises break concentration, but consistent background sound can actually enhance it. Focus soundscapes create an audio cocoon that blocks distractions while signaling to your brain that it's time to work. The science is fascinating. Complete silence is actually harder for focus than consistent noise. In silence, every small sound becomes a distraction. But with steady background noise, your brain filters out variations and settles into deep work. You're creating optimal conditions for sustained attention. White noise works, but colored noise might work better. Brown noise, deeper than white, helps many people with ADHD. Pink noise, softer than white, aids memory consolidation. Experiment to find your frequency. Some people focus best with rain sounds, others with coffee shop chatter, others with instrumental music. The key is consistency. Use the same soundscape for the same type of work. Writing always gets rain sounds. Coding always gets electronic music. Email always gets coffee shop noise. Your brain starts associating the sound with the task, making it easier to drop into the right mental state. Binaural beats add another dimension. These use slightly different frequencies in each ear to create a perceived beat that can influence brainwaves. Alpha waves, 8 to 14 Hz, promote relaxed focus. Beta waves, 14 to 30 Hz, enhance alertness. Gamma waves, 30 to 100 Hz, support complex problem solving. Volume matters more than you'd think. Too quiet and it doesn't mask distractions. Too loud and it becomes a distraction itself. The sweet spot is just loud enough to create a consistent audio environment without demanding attention. Think background, not foreground. Create transition rituals with sound. Start your focus playlist 2 minutes before beginning work. This gives your brain time to recognize the cue and prepare for deep work. End with a specific song that signals completion. You're training your brain with audio anchors. Noise-cancelling headphones amplify the effect, even without music. They create a physical and psychological barrier that says, I'm in focus mode. The mere act of putting them on can trigger concentration, like a baseball player's batting ritual. The compound effect is powerful. People who use consistent focus soundscapes report entering flow states faster and maintaining them longer. You're not just blocking distractions, you're creating a portable focus environment you can access anywhere. Tension diffusion. Awkward moments have a half-life of about 10 seconds. After that, they either dissipate naturally or crystallize into lasting discomfort. Tension diffusion means actively breaking that crystallization with strategic lightness, turning potential cringe into connection. The key is acknowledging the elephant playfully. When everyone's thinking it, but nobody's saying it, Be the one who names it with humor. Well, this got awkward fast. Or, anyone else feeling the weird energy? Or is it just me? You're not making fun of anyone, you're making fun of the situation everyone's experiencing. Timing is everything. Jump in too quickly and you seem nervous. Wait too long and the tension solidifies. The sweet spot is right when everyone realizes something's off, but before they start creating stories about why. You're interrupting the narrative formation process. Self-deprecation works wonders here. If you cause the awkwardness, own it lightly. That joke sounded way better in my head. Or, note to self, think before speaking. You're taking responsibility without making it heavy. This gives everyone permission to move on. Physical movement helps dissipate tension. Stand up, stretch, suggest a break. Should we all get some water and pretend the last 5 minutes didn't happen? Movement literally helps people shift states. The body leads, the mind follows. The redirect with purpose technique works in professional settings. That took an unexpected turn. Let's refocus on the main goal here. You're acknowledging the weirdness while providing a path forward. People grab onto productive redirects like life rafts. Questions diffuse better than statements. Are we all feeling this weird vibe? Invites group acknowledgement. Should we start over? Offers a reset. What would make this less awkward? Turns the problem into a collaborative solution. You're making everyone part of the fix. Sometimes the best diffusion is strategic silence with a knowing look. A raised eyebrow, a slight smile, a gentle head shake. You're communicating, we all see what just happened, without words. This works especially well when words might make things worse. Master tension diffusion, and you become invaluable in groups. You're the person who makes difficult conversations possible, who helps teams recover from missteps, who turns cringe moments into bonding experiences. It's social alchemy, transforming a lead into gold. Beginner's mind. Expertise is a double-edged sword. The more you know, the more assumptions you make. Beginner's mind, Shoshin in Zen Buddhism, means approaching familiar situations with fresh eyes, as if encountering them for the first time. This mental reset reveals opportunities that experience blinds you to. The technique starts with deliberate naivety. Ask stupid questions about things you think you understand. Why do we do it this way? What if we tried the opposite? How would a child approach this? Expert mind says, that won't work. Beginner's mind says, let's see what happens. Use the alien anthropologist perspective. Imagine you're studying human behavior from another planet. That morning meeting everyone hates. Why do humans gather in a room to read information they could consume alone? That complicated process. Why do humans make simple things complex? Fresh eyes reveal absurdity that familiarity hides. Practice first day thinking. Remember your first day at your job, in your relationship, in your city. Everything was vivid and full of possibility. Recreate that mindset deliberately. What excited you then that you now take for granted? What seemed strange that now seems normal? The 5 whys technique forces beginner's mind. Keep asking why until you hit bedrock assumptions. Why do we have this meeting? To share updates. Why share updates this way? Because we always have. Why? Because the previous manager started it. Why? No one remembers. Suddenly you're questioning everything. Beginner's mind is especially powerful in relationships. Approach your partner like you're meeting them for the first time. What would you notice? What questions would you ask? What assumptions are you making based on outdated information? People change, but our perceptions often don't. The paradox. Beginner's mind makes you better at expert tasks. When you stop assuming you know the best way, you discover better ways. When you stop seeing what you expect, you notice what's actually there. Expertise plus beginner's mind equals mastery. This isn't about forgetting what you know. It's about choosing when to apply that knowledge and when to set it aside. The most innovative solutions come from experts who can think like beginners. They have the skills to execute and the freshness to innovate. What if expansion? Most people live in a prison of assumptions. They've decided what's possible and impossible without ever testing the bars. What-if questions are like dynamite for mental walls. They blow holes in your limiting beliefs and reveal hidden possibilities. Start with the impossible. What if money wasn't an issue? What if you couldn't fail? What if you had unlimited time? These aren't fantasy exercises, they're diagnostic tools. Your answers reveal what you actually want, stripped of practical constraints. Once you know the destination, you can work backward to find a realistic path. The power lies in the follow-up questions. What if I could work remotely? Leads to, what would need to change? Which leads to, which of those changes could I actually make? You're not accepting the initial impossibility, you're using it as a crowbar to pry open new thinking. Try constraint removal in stages. What if you had twice as much time? What if you had half the budget? What if you couldn't use your usual approach? Each variation forces creative solutions. You're training your brain to see problems as puzzles with multiple solutions, not walls with single doors. The opposite day variation works wonders. What if everything you believe about this situation is wrong? What if your weakness is actually a strength? What if the problem is actually the solution? Reversing assumptions reveals hidden opportunities. Personal what-ifs cut deepest. What if you're capable of more than you think? What if your biggest fear happened and you survived? What if success is closer than it appears? These questions crack open self-imposed limitations. Document your what-if sessions. Write down every wild idea without judgment. Later, review with a practical eye. Usually, 10% of the impossible ideas contain seeds of possible solutions. That's a better hit rate than playing it safe. The magic happens when what if becomes a habit. You stop accepting default reality and start seeing everything as changeable. Problems become less solid, limitations become less limiting. You're not living in fantasy. You're recognizing that reality is more flexible than most people realize. Distraction elimination. Your environment is perfectly designed to produce your current results. If you're constantly distracted, look around. Your space is engineered for interruption. Distraction elimination isn't about willpower, it's about intelligent design. Physical barriers work better than mental ones. Don't rely on ignoring your phone. Put it in another room. Don't trust yourself to avoid websites, use blocking software. Don't hope you'll ignore the snacks, don't buy them. You're pre-deciding when your future self is weak. The scorched earth method works for serious focus. Before deep work sessions, close every tab, quit every app, silence every notification. Start from absolute zero. It takes 30 seconds and saves hours of leaked attention. Your desktop should look like a meditation room, not a Vegas casino. Design different spaces for different activities. Your brain learns environmental cues quickly. If you scroll social media in bed, your bed becomes a scrolling trigger. If you only work at your desk, sitting there triggers work mode. Be ruthless about maintaining these boundaries. The one-tab rule transforms digital hygiene. Only one browser tab open at a time. Need to check something? Bookmark your current page first. This forces linear thinking and prevents the 47-tab chaos that fragments attention. Audio distractions need special attention. Open offices are productivity disasters. Invest in quality noise-cancelling headphones. Even without music, they create a psychological bubble that says don't interrupt. The investment pays for itself in preserved focus. Remove just-in-case items from your workspace. That book you might reference, those papers you might need, that second monitor you rarely use. They're all attention thieves. Keep only what you need for the current task. Everything else is visual noise. The phone graveyard technique works wonders. Create a charging station far from your workspace where phones go to die during focus time. Out of sight, out of mind is real. Your brain stops checking for something that isn't there. Track your distractions for one day. Every time your attention breaks, note what caused it. You'll discover patterns certain times, certain triggers, certain environments. Once you see the patterns, you can design around them. Most people are amazed how predictable their distractions are. Selective attention training. Your brain processes 11 million bits of information per second, but can only consciously handle about 40. Selective attention is the bouncer at the club of your consciousness. It decides what gets in. Most people let this happen randomly. Masters train it deliberately. The spotlight exercise builds focus muscles. In a crowded place, pick one conversation and tune into only that. Block out everything else. Then switch to another conversation. You're training your attention to be a precision instrument, not a scattered flashlight. Practice detail hunting to sharpen perception. Look at a familiar room and find 5 things you've never noticed. There's always something, a shadow pattern, a design detail, a color variation. You're teaching your brain that attention is active, not passive. The irrelevance filter saves mental energy. Before entering any situation, decide what matters and what doesn't. In a meeting, maybe only action items matter. At a party, maybe only interesting conversations matter. Everything else becomes background noise your brain can safely ignore. Use attention anchors during challenging tasks. Pick one sensory detail to return to when your mind wanders. The feeling of your feet on the floor, the sound of air conditioning, the weight of the pen. This becomes your home base for attention. The one sense meditation strengthens focus. Spend 5 minutes attending only to sounds, ignoring all other senses. Then 5 minutes on just visual input. Then just physical sensations. You're isolating and strengthening each attention channel. Practice cognitive load management. When learning something complex, eliminate all unnecessary sensory input. Turn off music, clear visual clutter, wear comfortable clothes. Every bit of attention spent on irrelevant stimuli is stolen from what matters. The attention switching drill builds flexibility. Set a timer for every 2 minutes. When it rings, completely shift your attention to something else. This trains your brain to fully disengage and re-engage, preventing the partial attention that plagues modern life. Master selective attention, and you'll feel like you've upgraded your brain's operating system. Conversations become richer because you're fully present. Work becomes easier because you're fully focused. Life becomes more vivid because you're actually paying attention to it. Gratitude resets. When stress hijacks your brain, gratitude is a manual override switch. It's not about fake positivity. It's about forcing your neural networks to scan for resources instead of threats. This isn't woo-woo, it's neuroscience. The emergency gratitude technique stops spirals cold. When anxiety peaks, immediately list 5 specific things going right. Not vague pleasantries, concrete positives. My heart is beating normally. I have food in my fridge. My phone is charged. I know how to read. I have indoor plumbing. Your brain can't simultaneously run gratitude and panic programs. Use comparative gratitude for perspective shifts. Stressed about a deadline? Someone somewhere would kill for your problems. Worried about a presentation? You have knowledge worth sharing. Anxious about a date? You have someone interested in you. This isn't dismissing problems, it's contextualizing them. The micro-gratitude practice finds gold in garbage. Bad day? Find one tiny good thing. The coffee was the right temperature. Traffic was lighter than usual. Your favorite song came on. Training your brain to find small positives builds resilience for finding big ones. Create gratitude triggers throughout your day. Every time you wash your hands, think of one thing you're grateful for. Every time you start your car. Every time you unlock your phone. You're hijacking routine moments for mental health maintenance. The future gratitude hack reduces anxiety. Write tomorrow's gratitude list tonight for things that haven't happened yet. Grateful for the good night's sleep I'm about to have. Grateful for tomorrow's productive morning. Grateful for the solution I'll find to this problem. Your brain starts expecting positive outcomes. Use sensory gratitude to ground yourself in the present. What can you see that you're grateful for? Hear, touch, smell, taste. This pulls you out of mental time travel, where anxiety lives, into the present moment, where peace lives. The compound effect is remarkable. Regular gratitude practice literally rewires your brain's default mode network. You start automatically noticing positives. Problems don't disappear, but they stop dominating your mental landscape. You've changed your brain's channel from the disaster network to the opportunity network. Task batching. Context switching is a mental tax you pay every time you change activities. Email to spreadsheet, tax. Phone call to writing, tax. By the end of the day, you've paid more in switching costs than actual work. Task batching is tax evasion for your brain. Group similar activities into focus blocks. All emails in one session, all phone calls in another, all creative work in another. Your brain stays in one mode, building momentum instead of constantly restarting. It's the difference between stop-and-go traffic and highway cruising. The theme day approach takes batching to extremes. Monday for meetings, Tuesday for deep work, Wednesday for administrative tasks, Thursday for creative projects, Friday for planning and review. Your brain knows what mode to be in before the day even starts. Batch by energy levels too. High energy tasks when you're fresh. Low energy tasks when you're fading. Don't waste peak performance on email. Don't attempt creative breakthroughs when you're exhausted. Match task demands to energy availability. The batch and blast method maximizes efficiency. Set a timer for your batch. Email for 30 minutes, then done. Social media for 15 minutes, then done. You'll work faster, knowing the clock is ticking. Parkinson's law states work expands to fill available time. Batching creates beneficial time pressure. Communication batching transforms relationships. Instead of constant partial attention via text, have focused conversations. Instead of scattered check-ins, have meaningful connections. Quality over quantity in all interactions. The prep batch multiplies effectiveness. Batch your preparation too. Plan all meals on Sunday. Lay out all clothes for the week. Prepare all meeting agendas at once. Front-loading decisions frees mental energy for execution. Protect your batches fiercely. The biggest threat to batching is just one quick thing. That quick email check during deep work. That quick call during writing time. These exceptions destroy the entire benefit. Treat batch boundaries like physical walls. The results are immediate. People report completing in 3 hours what used to take 8. Not because they're working faster, but because they're working smarter. They've eliminated the hidden tax of context switching. Their brain thanks them with enhanced performance and reduced fatigue. Influence through stories. Data slides off the brain like water off a windshield. Stories stick like honey. When you need to move people, whether it's one person or 1,000, wrap your message in narrative. The human brain literally can't resist a well-told story. Think about every major movement in history. They didn't spread through PowerPoint decks and bullet points. They spread through stories of individuals facing challenges, making choices, experiencing transformation. Your brain is hardwired to encode information this way. Fighting it is like trying to digest food without stomach acid. Structure matters. Every compelling story follows the same skeleton. A character wants something, faces obstacles, struggles, then either succeeds or fails in a way that teaches something. This pattern is encoded in your DNA. When you hear "once upon a time," your brain automatically prepares to receive information in this format. Make your audience the hero, not yourself. Nobody wants to hear how amazing you are. They want to see themselves in the story. Instead of "I built $1 million business," try "Here's how someone just like you built $1 million business." The shift is subtle but powerful. Details are your secret weapon. Don't say a customer. Say Janet, a 45-year-old accountant from Denver who drinks too much coffee and never has matching socks. Specificity creates believability. Your brain assumes detailed stories are true stories. Use what screenwriters call the moment of change. This is the precise instant when everything shifts. The diagnosis, the rejection letter, the unexpected phone call. These moments are emotional anchors that make stories unforgettable. Transport. Don't just inform. Good stories make people forget they're being influenced. They're too busy experiencing the narrative to analyze your agenda. By the time the story ends, they've already accepted your message because they lived it alongside your character. The nested story technique doubles impact. Tell a story within a story. This reminds me of when my mentor told me about the time she... Now you're leveraging multiple narratives and borrowed credibility. Test your stories on someone who doesn't care about your topic. If they're engaged anyway, you've got a winner. Stories transcend subject matter. A good story about accounting can captivate someone who hates math. Social spotlight flip. That crushing feeling when you walk into a room and think everyone's judging you. Here's the truth bomb. They're all too busy worrying about being judged to judge you. The social spotlight flip leverages this universal insecurity to transform your social presence. Instead of wondering what people think of you, become genuinely curious about them. This isn't a technique, it's a complete reorientation. When you're focused outward, self-consciousness evaporates. You can't simultaneously worry about your image and be truly interested in someone else. Ask questions that matter. Skip, what do you do? And try, what's got you excited lately? Skip, how are you? And try, what's the best part of your week so far? Unexpected questions break social scripts and create real connection. The magic happens in the follow-up. Most people ask a question, hear the answer, then immediately talk about themselves. Don't. Ask a second question about their answer, then a third. Become a detective of what makes this person interesting. They'll walk away thinking you're the most charismatic person they've met, and you barely talked about yourself. Use active listening cues, slight head nods, sounds, eyebrow raises at interesting parts. You're not performing, you're showing genuine engagement. These microsignals tell people they matter. In a world of distraction, undivided attention is a superpower. The callback technique creates instant intimacy. Reference something they mentioned earlier. You said you were nervous about that presentation. How did it go? This proves you were actually listening, not just waiting for your turn to talk. When you do share about yourself, make it relevant to what they've shared. This creates conversational tennis instead of parallel monologues. They mention a challenge with their teenager. Share your own parenting struggle. They talk about travel. Share your travel disaster story. Physical positioning matters. Angle your body toward them. Put your phone completely away. Create a bubble of attention that makes them feel like the only person in the room. This is so rare now that it's almost shocking when someone does it. The paradox. The less you try to be interesting, the more interesting you become. People don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. Make them feel heard, and you'll be unforgettable. Pre-event visualization. Athletes have known this secret forever. Your brain can't tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. Pre-event visualization isn't wishful thinking. It's mental rehearsal that creates real neural pathways. You're literally practicing success in your mind. Here's how to do it right. Don't just imagine success. Imagine the entire process. See yourself walking into the room. Feel the temperature. Hear the sounds. Notice your breathing. Experience the challenge moments and see yourself handling them smoothly. Your brain is recording this as if it actually happened. Include failure recovery in your visualization. See yourself stumbling over words, then recovering gracefully. See technology failing, then adapting smoothly. See difficult questions, then responding thoughtfully. You're not programming failure, you're programming resilience. Make it multisensory. What will you see, hear, smell, feel? The more senses you involve, the more real it becomes to your brain. If you're visualizing a presentation, hear the hum of the projector. Feel the clicker in your hand. See the faces in the audience. Visualize from two perspectives. First, see through your own eyes, internal visualization. Then, watch yourself from the audience's perspective, external visualization. This dual view builds both confidence and awareness. Time it realistically. If your presentation is 20 minutes, visualize for 20 minutes. Your brain needs to experience the actual duration to build accurate expectations. This prevents the shock of, "It's taking longer than I thought," during the real event. Include energy management. See yourself maintaining enthusiasm throughout. Visualize the energy dip that happens midway and see yourself pushing through. Program your endurance, not just your performance. End with the aftermath. See yourself feeling satisfied. Hear positive feedback. Experience the relief and pride. This creates pull motivation. Your brain wants to reach this positive outcome you've already experienced. Do this 24, 48 hours before the event, then again the morning of. The first session builds the neural pathways. The second activates them. You'll walk into the situation with an eerie sense of déjà vu, because, neurologically speaking, you've already been there. 5-second launch. Motivation is a myth. It's not coming to save you. The 5-second launch, popularized by Mel Robbins, bypasses the need for motivation entirely. It's a manual override for your brain's hesitation mechanism. Here's the neuroscience. When you have an impulse to act on a goal, you have exactly 5 seconds before your brain kills it. Your mind is designed to stop you from doing anything uncomfortable or uncertain. It's trying to keep you safe, but it's also keeping you stuck. The countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, interrupts the hesitation pattern. It's a starting ritual that becomes automatic. Your brain can't argue with counting. By the time you hit go, you're already in motion. The hardest part starting is already behind you. This works because of implementation intention. You're pre-deciding that when you finish counting, you'll act. No negotiation, no but first, no maybe later. The countdown is a contract with yourself. Use it for micro actions that lead to macro changes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go to get out of bed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go to start that difficult email. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go to put on workout clothes. You're not committing to the entire task, just the first tiny action. The physical movement matters. Don't just think go, physically move. Stand up, take a step, open the document. Your body leads, your mind follows. Motion creates emotion, and emotion creates motivation. You're reversing the usual order. Practice on tiny things first. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go to drink water. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go to make your bed. Build the neural pathway with low-stakes actions. Soon, the countdown becomes a reliable trigger for any action. The rule compounds. Each successful launch builds confidence for the next one. You start seeing yourself as someone who acts despite not feeling like it. This identity shift is more powerful than any motivation. Warning: your brain will try to negotiate. I'll count to 10 instead. I'll do it after this video. Don't negotiate with terrorists, and your hesitation brain is definitely a terrorist. 5 seconds, no exceptions, no modifications. Master this, and you'll never need motivation again. You'll have something better, a reliable system for action that works regardless of how you feel. Judgment-free writing. Your inner critic is an assassin that kills ideas before they're born. Judgment-free writing is witness protection for your thoughts. You're creating a safe space where ideas can exist without immediately being evaluated, edited, or executed. Set a timer for 10, 20 minutes. Write continuously without stopping, editing, or even reading what you've written. If you run out of things to say, write, "I don't know what to write," until new thoughts come. The pen or keyboard never stops moving. This isn't about creating good writing. It's about accessing thoughts you didn't know you had. Your conscious mind is like a bouncer at a club. rejecting most thoughts before they can fully form. Continuous writing distracts the bouncer. Weird, wonderful, and sometimes brilliant ideas slip through. The magic is in the mess. Your first thoughts are usually conventional. Your second thoughts are slightly better. But around minute 7 or 8, when you've exhausted the obvious stuff, the interesting material starts flowing. You've moved past your mental cache into live thinking. Don't write about topics right around them. Instead of my business strategy, write what I'm really thinking about my business, but afraid to admit. Instead of my relationship, write what I wish I could say but can't. The sideways approach reveals more than the direct one. Situation. Physical writing often works better than typing for this. The slower pace of handwriting can't keep up with your internal editor, so the editor gives up. Plus, the physical act engages different brain regions, often unlocking different thoughts. Save everything but read nothing immediately. Let it cool for at least 24 hours. When you do read it, highlight anything interesting, a phrase, an insight, a question. You're mining for gold, not expecting the whole page to shine. The practice changes your relationship with your own mind. You discover you're more creative, insightful, and interesting than you thought. You just needed to get out of your own way. The judge in your head isn't protecting you from bad ideas. It's preventing you from finding good ones. Do this daily for a month and watch your thinking transform. You'll become less precious about ideas because you know more are coming. You'll become more creative because you're practicing accessing that part of your brain. Most importantly, you'll discover that your best thinking happens when you stop trying to think well. Strategic recognition. Praise is cheap. Everyone throws around good job like confetti at a parade. Strategic recognition is different. It's a precision tool that shapes behavior better than any criticism ever could. You're not just making people feel good, you're programming excellence. Here's the key. Praise the process, not the person. You're so smart, creates pressure and fixed mindset. Your preparation strategy was brilliant, teaches replicable success. You're highlighting the roadmap, not just celebrating the destination. Timing changes everything. Recognition loses power exponentially with delay. Catch people in the act of excellence and name it immediately. The way you just handled that objection, acknowledging their concern before presenting alternatives, was masterful. They'll remember and repeat that specific behavior. Public versus private recognition requires strategy. Praise publicly when you want to set standards for the group. Praise privately when the person might be embarrassed by attention or when others might feel resentful. Read the room and the person. The growth edge recognition accelerates development. Don't just praise what they do. Well, recognize improvements in weak areas. I noticed you spoke up in the meeting today. That took courage, and your input changed our direction. You're reinforcing brave attempts, not just safe successes. Use recognition to shape identity. You're becoming someone who is powerful. Framing. You're becoming someone who turns conflict into collaboration. Now they have an identity to live up to, not just a behavior to repeat. The impact statement multiplies meaning. Don't just say what they did, explain why it mattered. When you stayed late to help the new hire, you didn't just solve their problem. You showed them what kind of team this is. Now they understand their ripple effect. Specific beats generic every time. Your slide deck was good, teaches nothing. Slide 7, where you use the customer's actual words instead of our marketing speak, that's what convinced them. Now they know exactly what worked and why. Recognition is free, infinite, and more powerful than money for driving performance. Yet most leaders hoard it like it's scarce. Deploy strategic recognition liberally and watch people transform. They're not working for your praise. They're working to become the person your recognition suggests they could be. Simplification systems. Complexity is a tax on your mental resources. Every decision, no matter how small, withdraws from your cognitive bank account. By noon, you're overdrawn. Simplification systems eliminate unnecessary decisions. preserving mental energy for what actually matters. Start with your morning. Decision fatigue begins the moment you wake up. What to wear, what to eat, what to do first. Eliminate these energy vampires. 5 identical work outfits. Same breakfast every weekday. Same morning routine. You're not boring, you're brilliant. Ask any billionaire about their wardrobe. The default decision framework automates life. Create rules that make choices for you. Always order the daily special. Always take the stairs under 5 floors. Always say no to meetings without agendas. These aren't restrictions, they're freedom from constant micro-decisions. Batch similar decisions into single sessions. Meal planning for the week takes 30 minutes on Sunday, but saves 20 minutes daily of what's for dinner. Stress. Choose all your workouts for the month. Plan all date nights for the quarter. Front-load decisions when your energy is high. The one-touch rule prevents decision loops. Touch each email once, respond, delete, or schedule. Touch each paper once, file, act, or toss. Touch each task once, do, delegate, or delete. Revisiting decisions is like paying interest on mental debt. Eliminate just-in-case options. 1 wallet, not 3. 1 bag, not 5. 1 of each tool, not multiples. Options feel like freedom, but act like friction. Every extra choice is a micro-decision waiting to ambush you. Create if-then protocols for common scenarios. If someone asks for a meeting, then send your scheduling link. If it's past 8 p.m., then no more work emails. If you're hungry between meals, then eat an apple. Pre-made decisions execute automatically. The paradox: constraints create freedom. When everything is possible, nothing is easy. When you've eliminated unnecessary choices, important choices become clear. You're not limiting your life, you're focusing your energy. Track your decisions for 1 day. You'll be shocked how many are repeated, trivial, or unnecessary. Each one you eliminate is like hiring a tiny assistant. Suddenly you have energy at 5 p.m. that used to be depleted by noon. That's the power of simplification systems. Positive visualization. Daydreaming gets a bad reputation, but directed visualization is mental programming that elite performers use to create reality. You're not hoping for success. You're rehearsing it so thoroughly that your brain treats it as inevitable. Here's what most people get wrong. They visualize the outcome, but not the process. They see themselves on stage accepting the award, but not the 1,000 hours of practice. Effective visualization includes the work, the obstacles, and the solutions. You're creating a mental movie, not a snapshot. Engage all senses for maximum impact. Don't just see success, hear it, feel it, smell it, taste it. If you're visualizing a successful presentation, hear the applause, feel the confidence in your chest, smell the conference room coffee, taste the celebratory dinner afterward. Your brain encodes multisensory experiences as more real. The mental contrasting technique prevents fantasy. Visualize success, then visualize obstacles, then visualize overcoming those obstacles. This creates realistic optimism instead of delusional thinking. You're prepared for victory and equipped for challenges. Morning visualization sets your unconscious GPS. Spend 5 minutes seeing your ideal day unfold, not fantasy realistic success. See yourself handling challenges smoothly, making progress on goals, ending satisfied. Your brain now has a template to follow. Use process visualization for skill development. Athletes visualize perfect form thousands of times. Musicians visualize flawless performances. Speakers visualize smooth deliveries. The mental reps create neural pathways almost as effectively as physical practice. The future history technique is powerful. Visualize looking back from future success. What decisions did you make? What habits did you maintain? What obstacles did you overcome? This reverse engineering reveals the path forward. Visualization without action is just entertainment. The mental rehearsal must connect to physical behavior. After visualizing, take one concrete step toward that vision. This bridges imagination and reality, teaching your brain that visualization leads to action. The compound effect is remarkable. People who visualize consistently report lucky breaks and synchronicities. It's not magic, their brain is primed to notice opportunities that match their mental rehearsals. They see what they've trained themselves to look for. Reality starts conforming to repeatedly visualized possibilities. Anger delay technique. Anger is like being drunk. You think you're making excellent points while actually destroying everything around you. The anger delay technique is your designated driver, keeping you from crashing relationships while intoxicated by rage. Write the email, type the text, compose the perfect, devastating response that would absolutely destroy them. Get it all out. Feel the satisfaction of your brilliant comebacks and irrefutable logic. Then save it as a draft and walk away for 24 hours. This isn't suppression, it's strategic expression. What happens in those 24 hours is fascinating. Hour 1, 6. You're still convinced they deserve it. Hour 7, 12. You start editing for maximum impact. Hour 13, 18. You begin seeing their perspective. Hour 19, 24. You realize sending it would hurt you more than them. The rewrite after 24 hours is always better, not weaker better. You keep the important points but remove the venom. You address the issue without attacking the person. You solve problems instead of creating new ones. Your future self thanks your present self for the pause. Physical distance amplifies the technique. After writing the angry message, leave your computer. Go outside. Move your body. Anger is physical energy that needs discharge. Walking, running, or lifting weights metabolizes the stress hormones that cloud judgment. The translation exercise reveals hidden wisdom. After 24 hours, translate your angry message as if explaining to a neutral third party. They always becomes, in this instance, they're idiots, becomes we have different perspectives. This translation often contains the seeds of resolution. Keep an anger archive of unsent messages. Review them monthly. You'll notice patterns, certain triggers, certain people, certain situations. This awareness helps you address root causes instead of repeatedly exploding about symptoms. The technique works for verbal anger too. When provoked in person, say, "I need to think about this, let's talk tomorrow." Then apply the same 24-hour cooling period. Nobody ever regretted taking time to respond thoughtfully. Master this, and you'll maintain relationships others destroy. You'll solve problems others escalate. You'll be known as someone who stays cool under pressure, not because you don't feel anger, because you've learned to let it inform rather than control your responses. Progressive muscle relaxation. Your body holds stress like a sponge holds water. Progressive muscle relaxation wrings you out systematically, releasing physical tension that you didn't even know you were carrying. It's meditation for people who can't sit still and therapy for muscles that won't let go. Start at your toes. Tense them hard for 5 seconds. Really squeeze, then release completely. Feel the contrast between tension and relaxation. Your brain needs this comparison to understand what relaxation actually feels like. Most people are so chronically tense, they've forgotten. Move systematically upward. Feet, calves, thighs, glutes, abdomen, chest, arms, hands, shoulders, neck, face. Each muscle group gets the same treatment. Intense tension, then complete release. You're teaching your body the difference between holding and letting go. The magic is in the contrast. That moment after release, when the muscle floods with warmth and heaviness, that's what you're training your body to recognize and recreate. You're building a physical vocabulary of relaxation. Breathe into each release. As you let go of muscle tension, exhale fully. Your breath and muscles synchronize, creating a deeper relaxation response. The breathing isn't separate from the technique, it's integral to it. The body scan variation works anywhere. Without tensing first, simply notice each body part and consciously relax it. This subtle version works in meetings, on planes, in waiting rooms. Nobody knows you're doing it, but you're actively releasing accumulated tension. Practice reveals hidden holding patterns. Maybe you clench your jaw when concentrating. Maybe you raise your shoulders when stressed. Maybe you tighten your stomach when anxious. Awareness is the first step to release. The quick release becomes available after regular practice. Once your body knows deep relaxation, you can trigger it quickly. 3 deep breaths while consciously dropping your shoulders, a quick jaw release, a deliberate softening of your forehead. These micro-relaxations prevent tension accumulation. The sleep benefits are immediate. Progressive muscle relaxation before bed is like manually shutting down your body's programs. Insomniacs report falling asleep before completing the full sequence. Your body interprets deep muscle relaxation as permission to sleep. Master this, and you'll carry less physical stress through life. You'll notice tension earlier and release it faster. You'll discover that relaxation isn't something that happens to you, it's something you can actively create. Incubation breaks. Your conscious mind is like a hyperactive employee who won't shut up during meetings. Sometimes the best ideas come when you send this employee on a coffee break. Incubation breaks let your unconscious mind work on problems, while your conscious mind plays elsewhere. Ever notice how solutions pop up in the shower, while walking, right before sleep? That's incubation at work. Your unconscious doesn't clock out when you stop actively thinking. It keeps processing, connecting, solving often more creatively than your logical mind ever could. The key is proper problem loading. Before your break, review the challenge thoroughly. Look at it from multiple angles. Ask specific questions. Then, and this is crucial, completely disengage. Don't half-work. Your unconscious needs full control of the processing power. Physical movement accelerates incubation. Walking is particularly powerful because it occupies just enough conscious attention to keep your inner critic quiet. The rhythmic motion seems to facilitate unconscious processing. Einstein, Darwin, and Steve Jobs all swore by walking meetings with themselves. Different activities produce different insights. Shower thoughts tend to be creative leaps. Walking produces systematic solutions. Mindless tasks like washing dishes often generate practical fixes. Match your incubation activity to the type of problem you're solving. The capture system is essential. Insights during incubation are like dreams vivid in the moment, but quick to fade. Keep a notebook handy. Use voice memos. Text yourself. Don't trust your memory with these gifts from your unconscious. Timing matters. Research shows 10-20-minute breaks work best for simple problems. Complex challenges might need overnight incubation. The classic sleep on it advice is scientifically sound. Your brain consolidates and connects during REM sleep. Don't force it. Checking for solutions every 5 minutes is like pulling up plants to see if they're growing. Trust the process. Load the problem. Take the break. Stay open to insights. They usually arrive when you're genuinely not trying. The payoff is enormous. People report solving in minutes what they struggled with for hours. Not through harder thinking, but by thinking less and incubating more. Artificial rewards. Your brain is basically a golden retriever. It'll do anything for treats, but waiting for life to naturally reward good behavior is like waiting for rain in the desert. Artificial rewards let you train your brain like the eager puppy it is. The trick is immediate gratification for long-term behaviors. Finish that report. Dance to your favorite song. Completed a workout. Watch that guilty pleasure show. Made a difficult phone call. Treat yourself to fancy coffee. You're creating positive associations with challenging tasks. Size the reward to the effort, not the outcome. Showing up to the gym deserves recognition, even if your workouts suck. Making the sales call counts, even if they said no. You're reinforcing behavior, not results. Results follow behavior, not the other way around. Visual rewards work surprisingly well. Gold stars aren't just for kindergarten. A simple chart where you mark off completions triggers the same satisfaction as childhood. Your brain doesn't care that you're giving yourself the stars. It just likes shiny things. The reward menu prevents habituation. List 20 small pleasures: a favorite snack, a YouTube video, a short walk, a text to a friend. Rotate rewards to keep them fresh. When your brain can't predict the treat, it stays more engaged with the task. Stack rewards for maximum impact. Finish a hard task? That's a coffee and a walk and your favorite podcast. Your brain learns that difficult work leads to pleasure jackpots. Soon, it starts craving the challenging tasks. Social rewards amplify the effect. Share your wins with someone who celebrates them. Join online communities where people cheer each other's progress. Your brain values social recognition as much as physical treats. The graduation strategy prevents dependence. Start with rewards for every instance, then every other time, then randomly. This variable ratio schedule is what makes slot machines addictive. Use it for good instead of evil. Track which rewards actually motivate you. That expensive treat might feel less rewarding than 5 minutes of guilt-free social media scrolling. Pay attention to what genuinely lights up your reward circuits. Everyone's brain has different preferences. Task automation. Every repeated task you do manually is stealing time from your life. Task automation isn't about becoming a robot. It's about making robots do the boring stuff so you can be more human. Start with the stupidly simple stuff: automatic bill pay, recurring grocery deliveries, scheduled social media posts. These seem minor, but each one frees up mental space and calendar time. Death by 1,000 cuts works in reverse. To life by 1,000 automations. Email rules are low-hanging fruit. Newsletters to folders, receipts to archives, certain senders to priority inbox. You're pre-sorting your mental mail before it clutters your consciousness. Takes an hour to set up, saves hundreds of hours per year. Templates transform repetitive communication. Standard responses for common questions. Meeting agenda formats. Project update structures. You're not being impersonal. You're being consistent while saving energy for personalization where it matters. The macro mindset multiplies productivity. Any computer task you do more than 3 times deserves a shortcut. Text expansion for common phrases. Keyboard shortcuts for frequent actions. Batch processing for similar tasks. Small optimizations compound into massive time savings. Delegation is human automation. Virtual assistants, freelancers, or even family members can handle routine tasks. The cost is usually less than the value of your free time. Calculate your hourly worth, then delegate everything below that rate. Decision automation eliminates daily drain. Meal subscriptions remove what's for dinner. Standing appointments eliminate scheduling tennis. Automatic investing removes market timing stress. You're pre-making decisions when your energy is high. The automation audit reveals opportunities. Track your activities for a week. Highlight anything repeated. Circle anything that bores you. Underline anything that could run without you. This list becomes your automation hit list. Beware the automation trap. Don't spend 6 hours automating a 5-minute monthly task. The goal is net time savings, not technical elegance. Simple and working beats complex and perfect. The compound effect is life-changing. Each automation feels minor, but collectively they create hours of free time weekly. You're not just saving time, you're saving mental energy for creative, meaningful work that only humans can do. 10-minute brainstorms. Traditional brainstorming is like fishing in an empty pond, lots of sitting around, not much catching. The 10-minute brainstorm uses time pressure to force your brain into hyperdrive. You're not thinking better, you're thinking faster than your inner critic can keep up. Set a timer for exactly 10 minutes. Write down every idea related to your challenge, no matter how stupid. Aim for quantity 20, 30, 50 ideas. Your first 10 will be obvious. Ideas 11, 20 get weird. Ideas 21 plus are where gold lives. You have to exhaust the conventional to reach the innovative. The no editing rule is sacred. Bad ideas are fertilizer for good ones. That terrible idea might spark a brilliant variation. Write everything. Judge nothing. Your inner critic gets its turn later, but during these 10 minutes, it's gagged and bound. Use provocative prompts to break mental ruts. How would a 5-year-old solve this? What if we had unlimited budget? How would we make this problem worse? What would insert celebrity do? Absurd questions produce unexpectedly practical answers. The idea sex technique multiplies possibilities. Take 2 unrelated ideas from your list and force them to mate. What offspring do they produce? A restaurant idea, a gym idea, workout meals delivered to offices. Weird combinations. Birth innovation. Physical state affects mental state. Stand up. Pace. Use a whiteboard. Gesture wildly. Your body's movement unsticks your mind's movement. Sitting still produces still thinking. Moving bodies produce moving ideas. The post-brainstorm process is crucial. Wait 24 hours, then review with fresh eyes. Highlight anything intriguing. Combine similar ideas. Look for patterns. Often the best solution is hiding in the connections between multiple mediocre ideas. Group brainstorms need modified rules. No discussing ideas during the 10 minutes, just rapid-fire sharing. Build on others' ideas with yes and. Energy is contagious. One person's wild idea gives others permission to go wilder. Do this weekly, even without specific problems. Regular brainstorming builds your idea generation muscle. You become someone who always has options, solutions, possibilities. In a world that rewards creative problem solving, that's a superpower worth developing. Social proof power. Humans are herd animals pretending to be independent thinkers. We look to others for cues about what's normal, acceptable, desirable. Social proof isn't manipulation. It's speaking the language your brain already understands. The numbers game works because we assume crowds are wise. Join 10,000 satisfied customers beats any logical argument. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. Leverages expert consensus. We're wired to follow the tribe because historically the tribe knew where the water was. Specificity multiplies impact. Over 10,000 customers feels fake. 10,847 customers as of last Tuesday feels real. People love this is weak. Sarah from Denver said this changed her life is powerful. Details create believability. Similar others matter most. A testimonial from someone like your audience beats celebrity endorsements. A 45-year-old accountant trusts other 45-year-old accountants, not 22-year-old influencers. Mirror your audience in your social proof. The wisdom of crowds principle applies everywhere. Busy restaurants attract more diners. Crowded seminars sell out faster. Products with many reviews sell better than those with few, even if ratings are identical. Participation itself is social proof. Negative social proof backfires spectacularly. Don't be like the 70% who fail. Makes people think, most people fail, so I probably will too. Instead, join the 30% who succeed. Same data, opposite psychological impact. Visual social proof speaks louder than words. Photos of real customers, screenshots of testimonials, videos of people using your product, before, after galleries. The brain believes eyes more than ears. Create social proof ethically, real testimonials only, actual customer numbers, genuine reviews. Fake social proof eventually backfires, destroying trust permanently. Authenticity is a long-term strategy that compounds. The foot in the door technique uses incremental social proof. Thousands have taken our free quiz, leads to hundreds bought our course, leads to dozens joined our mastermind. Each level of commitment has its own social proof. Understanding social proof helps you resist it too. Recognize when you're being influenced by the herd. Question whether popular equals right for you. Use social proof as data, not decision maker. The same tool that influences you can be wielded by you consciously and ethically. Conversation pauses. Silence terrifies most people. They rush to fill every gap with words, missing the magic that happens in the spaces between. Strategic pauses in conversation are like commas in writing. They create meaning, emphasis, and understanding where none existed before. Count to 3 before responding to anything emotionally charged. This micro-pause prevents reactive responses and signals thoughtfulness. The other person often fills this silence with additional information, revealing what they're really thinking. You're not being slow, you're being strategic. The pregnant pause after asking a question is pure gold. Most people ask something, then immediately rephrase or add context when met with silence. Resist this urge. Let the question breathe. People need processing time, especially for meaningful questions. The best answers come after the initial silence. Use pauses to shift conversational weight. When someone shares something significant, don't immediately respond with your own story. Pause. Let their words settle. This honors what they've shared and often prompts them to go deeper. Your silence becomes an invitation for vulnerability. The thinking pause shows respect for complex topics. When asked a difficult question, say, "That's a great question. Let me think for a moment." Then actually pause and think. This models thoughtfulness and often leads to better answers than quick responses. Physical positioning during pauses matters. Maintain eye contact. Keep your body language open. Your silence should feel contemplative, not awkward. You're creating space for thought, not discomfort. Different cultures have different comfort levels with silence. Americans typically feel awkward after 3-4 seconds. Scandinavians are comfortable with much longer pauses. Read your audience and adjust accordingly, but don't abandon the technique entirely. The echo pause amplifies important points. When someone says something profound, pause before responding. This creates emphasis and shows you're processing their wisdom. It's the conversational equivalent of highlighting text. Practice with low-stakes conversations first. Pause before answering. How was your day? Notice how the extra second changes your response quality. Build comfort with silence in casual settings before deploying it in crucial conversations. These strategic silences transform you from someone who talks to someone who communicates. The pause becomes your secret weapon for deeper connections and better understanding. Progress celebrations. Most people are terrible at acknowledging their own wins. They sprint from goal to goal without pausing to appreciate the distance traveled. This celebration deficit creates a psychological treadmill where nothing ever feels like enough. The brain needs completion ceremonies. Finishing something without acknowledgement leaves psychological loops open. Your subconscious keeps running background programs, wondering if the task is truly done. Celebration provides closure and frees mental resources for new challenges. Scale celebrations to achievements. Finished a difficult project? Take the afternoon off? Completed a workout? Do a victory dance? Made a tough phone call? Text a friend the good news. The size matters less than the consistency. Your brain learns that effort leads to reward. Document wins before they fade. Keep a victory log where you record daily accomplishments, not just big wins, small ones too. Had a difficult conversation with Grace? Chose salad over fries? Finished that boring report? These micro victories compound into major confidence. Share celebrations strategically. Some wins need public acknowledgement for maximum impact. Others are better savoured privately. Consider your personality in the achievement. Introverts might prefer quiet reflection. Extroverts might need social recognition. The before and after technique amplifies celebration. Remember where you started. That skill you now take for granted was once impossible. That confidence you now possess was once absent. Contrast creates appreciation for progress that feels incremental. Ritual enhances celebration. Special music for big wins. A particular restaurant for milestones. A specific walk for daily accomplishments. These rituals train your brain to recognize and value progress. The ceremony makes the achievement feel real. Avoid the moving goalpost trap. Don't diminish current wins by immediately focusing on the next challenge. I got the promotion, but now I need to prove myself in the new role. Stop. Celebrate the promotion first. Tomorrow's challenges can wait. Team celebrations multiply individual joy. When someone else wins, celebrate with them. This creates a culture of recognition that benefits everyone. Plus, celebrating others' wins trains your brain to notice and value achievement generally. The compound effect of regular celebration is remarkable. People who acknowledge progress consistently report higher motivation, better resilience, and greater life satisfaction. You're not being self-indulgent, you're maintaining the psychological fuel that powers continued growth. Challenge reframing. Your brain treats obstacles like threats, triggering fight or flight responses that cloud judgment. Challenge reframing transforms problems from enemies into puzzles, shifting your nervous system from panic to curiosity. Same situation, completely different neurological response. The language shift is simple but powerful. This is a disaster becomes this is interesting. I can't handle this becomes I haven't figured this out yet. This is impossible becomes this requires creativity. You're not denying difficulty, you're changing your relationship with it. Use the video game metaphor. Every challenge is a level to beat, not a wall to hit. Obstacles become features of the game, not bugs in the system. This mental model makes difficulties feel temporary and solvable rather than permanent and overwhelming. The scientist mindset neutralizes emotional charge. You're not failing, you're gathering data. That rejection wasn't personal, it was information about market conditions. This approach doesn't eliminate disappointment, but prevents it from becoming despair. Ask better questions when facing challenges. Instead of, why is this happening to me? Try, what is this teaching me? Instead of, how do I avoid this? Try, how do I grow through to this? The quality of your questions determines the quality of your mental state. The future self perspective provides clarity. Imagine looking back at this challenge from 5 years in the future. How will you remember this period? What will you be grateful you learned? This temporal distance often reveals opportunities invisible from inside the struggle. Physical metaphors help reframe mental challenges. You're not stuck. You're gathering strength for the next push. You're not failing. You're finding what doesn't work. You're not behind. You're taking a different path. Concrete imagery makes abstract struggles manageable. The hidden gift search becomes automatic with practice. Every setback contains seeds of unexpected benefit. The job loss that led to entrepreneurship, the breakup that led to self-discovery, the illness that led to lifestyle changes. You're training your brain to look for these gifts proactively. Reframing doesn't mean toxic positivity. Acknowledge real difficulties and genuine emotions. But after processing the initial impact, consciously choose how to interpret the situation. You can't always control what happens, but you can always influence what it means. Cold exposure training. Comfort is overrated. Your ancestors survived ice ages, but you panic when the air conditioning breaks. Cold exposure training recalibrates your relationship with discomfort, building mental toughness that transfers to every area of life. Start stupidly small. End your regular shower with 10 seconds of cold water. Not lukewarm, actually cold. Your body will scream, your mind will negotiate. Do it anyway. You're proving to yourself that you can override comfort-seeking impulses. The magic happens in the gap between discomfort and danger. Cold water feels terrible, but isn't harmful. This distinction is crucial for mental training. You're learning to differentiate between this feels bad and this is bad. Most of life's challenges live in this gap. Breathing becomes your anchor. When cold hits, your natural response is to gasp and tense. Instead, breathe slowly and deliberately. This conscious control over your physiological response builds confidence in your ability to manage stress generally. Progressive exposure builds tolerance. Week 1. 10 seconds. Week 2, 20 seconds. Week 3, 30 seconds. Build to 60, 90 seconds of pure cold. The progression teaches your nervous system that you can adapt to increasing challenges. The mental dialogue during cold exposure is fascinating. First comes panic, then negotiation. This is enough. Then something interesting, acceptance. You realize you're fine, uncomfortable, but fine. This realization transfers to other uncomfortable situations. Use cold exposure as a daily win. Before most people are awake, you've already done something difficult. This early victory creates momentum for the entire day. You've proven you can do hard things when you don't feel like it. The confidence spillover is remarkable. People report being more willing to have difficult conversations, take calculated risks, and persist through challenges. The cold shower becomes evidence that they can handle more than they thought. Track your progress objectively. How long can you stay in? How quickly does your breathing normalize? How fast do you recover afterward? Numbers don't lie. And seeing improvement builds confidence in your expanding capabilities. The goal isn't to become numb to discomfort, it's to become comfortable with discomfort. You still feel everything, but you're no longer controlled by those feelings. You've developed the ability to choose your response instead of reacting automatically. Rapport acceleration. Building trust usually takes months. Rapport acceleration compresses this timeline into minutes through strategic vulnerability and genuine interest. You're not manipulating, you're fast-tracking the natural bonding process that humans crave. The commonality search creates instant connection. Look for shared experiences, values, or challenges. I see you're reading about productivity. I'm obsessed with that stuff too. You mentioned having teenagers. Mine are driving me crazy this week. Shared struggles bond faster than shared successes. Strategic self-disclosure opens doors. Share something slightly personal, but not overwhelming. I used to be terrified of networking events like this. I'm still figuring out this whole parenting thing. Vulnerability invites vulnerability. People trust those who trust them first. Mirror their communication style subtly. If they speak quickly, increase your pace slightly. If they're more formal, match that tone. If they use specific language patterns, incorporate similar phrases. This isn't mimicry, it's speaking their emotional language. The assumption of rapport technique is powerful. Act as if you're already friends. You probably know this feeling. I bet you've experienced. You seem like someone who... This presupposes connection and often creates it. Ask questions that matter. Skip, what do you do? And try, what's got you excited lately? Skip, how are you? And try, what's the best part of your week so far? Unexpected questions break social scripts and create real conversation. Use their name frequently, but naturally. That's interesting, Sarah. Sarah, what do you think about? People love hearing their name, and using it creates psychological ownership of the conversation. The callback technique shows you're listening. Reference something they mentioned earlier. You said you were nervous about that presentation. How did it go? This proves attention and creates continuity that feels like ongoing friendship. Physical positioning matters. Angle your body toward them. Remove barriers like phones or bags. Create a bubble of attention that makes them feel like the only person in the room. In our distracted world, undivided attention is magnetic. These techniques work because they accelerate natural bonding processes rather than replacing them. You're not creating fake connection. You're removing barriers that slow real connection. The result is authentic relationships that form faster than usual. Story engagement. Facts bounce off brains like rubber balls off concrete. Stories stick like Velcro. When you need to make information memorable, wrap it in narrative. Your audience won't remember your statistics, but they'll never forget the person who struggled, learned, and transformed. Every compelling story follows ancient architecture, character, conflict, change. Someone wants something, faces obstacles, then either succeeds or fails in a way that teaches something profound. This structure is hardwired into human consciousness. Fighting it is like swimming upstream. Make your protagonist relatable, not perfect. Flaws create connection. Struggles generate empathy. Nobody identifies with the superhero, they identify with the person who becomes heroic despite their limitations. Show the messy middle, not just the polished ending. Sensory details transport listeners into your story. Don't say, "She was nervous." Say, "Her palms were sweating, her heart was racing, and she kept checking her phone every 30 seconds. Specific details make abstract emotions tangible and memorable. The nested loop technique maintains attention. Start multiple story threads, then resolve them one by one. This reminds me of 3 clients I worked with last year. The first one. Now your audience is invested in hearing how each story ends. Dialogue brings stories to life. Instead of, "He disagreed with the plan," try, "He looked me straight in the eye and said, 'This will never work.'" Direct quotes make listeners feel like they're witnessing the scene rather than hearing about it. Use the failure sandwich for maximum impact. Start with struggle. Show the breakthrough moment, then reveal the transformation. This mirrors the hero's journey that resonates across all cultures. Your audience unconsciously knows this pattern and craves its resolution. End with clear connection to your main point. Don't make people guess why you told the story. Just like Sarah discovered, when you focus on systems instead of goals, everything becomes easier. Bridge the narrative to your message explicitly. Stories aren't just communication tools, they're influence engines. When people experience your message through narrative, they don't just understand it intellectually, they feel it emotionally, remember it viscerally, and often act on it instinctively. Distraction logging. Your attention is under constant assault, but you're fighting blind. Distraction logging makes the invisible visible, revealing exactly where your focus goes to die. Once you see the patterns, you can design defenses. Keep a simple log for 1 week. Every time your attention breaks, note 3 things: what distracted you, what time it happened, and what you were trying to focus on. Don't judge or change anything yet, just observe. You're gathering intelligence on your own mind. The results are usually shocking. That quick email check happens 17 times per hour. Social media breaks consume 43 minutes of your workday. Your phone interrupts you every 6 minutes, even when it's silent. The data doesn't lie, even when your perception does. Pattern recognition reveals your vulnerability windows. Maybe you're most distractible after lunch. Maybe certain types of work trigger more interruptions. Maybe specific environments scatter your attention. These patterns become your early warning system. Categorize your distractions for deeper insight: external, notifications, people, noise, versus internal, thoughts, urges, emotions. Voluntary, you chose to check something, versus involuntary, something demanded your attention. Each category requires different countermeasures. The distraction cost calculation is sobering. Research shows it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully refocus after an interruption. If you're interrupted every 6 minutes, you never actually focus. You're living in a permanent state of partial attention. Track your recovery time too. How long does it take to get back on task after each distraction? Some interruptions derail you for minutes. Others destroy entire work sessions. This data helps you prioritize which distractions to eliminate first. Use the log to negotiate with yourself. I can check social media, but only during these 3 scheduled times. I can respond to non-urgent messages, but only after completing this task. You're not eliminating distractions, you're controlling when they happen. The awareness alone creates change. Once you see how often you're interrupted, you naturally start protecting your attention more fiercely. You become conscious of unconscious habits. The log transforms you from victim to guardian of your own focus. Morning momentum. The first hour of your day sets the emotional and mental tone for everything that follows. Win the morning, and you've got momentum that carries through challenges. Lose the morning, and you're playing catch-up until bedtime. Your willpower is highest when you wake up. This isn't motivation, it's neuroscience. Decision fatigue hasn't kicked in yet. Stress hormones are low. Your prefrontal cortex is fresh. This is prime time for difficult tasks, not email checking. Stack easy, wins early. Make your bed. Drink water. Do 10 push-ups. Each small victory releases dopamine and builds confidence. By 7 a.m., you've already succeeded 3 times. This success momentum makes bigger challenges feel manageable. The no input rule protects morning clarity. No news, no social media, no email for the first hour. These inputs fragment your attention and hijack your agenda. Your morning should be about output creating, moving, planning, not consuming other people's priorities. Physical movement jumpstarts everything else. Even 5 minutes of stretching or walking changes your physiology. Blood flow increases, energy rises, mental fog clears, your body leads, your mind follows. Plan your morning the night before. Lay out clothes, prepare breakfast, set up your workspace. Decision-making depletes willpower. Pre-decisions preserve it for what matters. You're removing friction from positive behaviors. The keystone habit approach maximizes impact. Choose one morning behavior that naturally triggers others. Exercise often leads to better eating. Meditation often leads to calmer responses. Reading often leads to clearer thinking. Find your keystone and protect it fiercely. Batch similar morning activities, all hygiene tasks together, all planning tasks together, all physical tasks together. Context switching wastes mental energy. Batching preserves it for the day ahead. Track your morning patterns for 2 weeks. Which routines leave you energized? Which ones drain you? Which activities create momentum versus those that kill it? Your data reveals your optimal morning formula. The compound effect of consistent mornings is transformative. You become someone who starts strong, handles stress better, and maintains energy longer. Not because mornings are magic, but because you've learned to harness your peak mental state for maximum advantage. Pressure performance. Pressure reveals character, but it doesn't have to destroy performance. Elite athletes, surgeons, and performers have learned to transform pressure from enemy to ally. The stress response that paralyzes amateurs becomes fuel for professionals. Reframe pressure as privilege. You're only under pressure because something important is at stake. That presentation matters because your ideas could change things. That interview matters because the opportunity is significant. Pressure indicates importance, not threat. The been here before technique builds confidence. Remind yourself of previous pressure situations you've handled successfully. Your brain needs evidence that you can perform under stress. Create a mental highlight reel of your pressure victories. Breathing becomes your anchor in chaos. When pressure mounts, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. Consciously slow it down. 4 counts in, hold for 4, out for 4. This signals your nervous system that you're in control, not the situation. Preparation is pressure insurance. The more thoroughly you've prepared, the less pressure affects you. You've already solved most problems in advance. Pressure can't shake confidence that's built on solid preparation. Focus on process, not outcome. You can't control whether you get the job, but you can control how well you present yourself. You can't control the audience's reaction, but you can control your delivery. Process focus keeps you in your lane of influence. The worst-case scenario exercise reduces anxiety. What's the actual worst thing that could happen? Usually it's not catastrophic. You might be embarrassed. You might not get what you want. But you'll survive, learn, and try again. Perspective deflates pressure. Use pressure as information, not instruction. High stakes mean this matters to you. Nervousness means you care about the outcome. These feelings are data about your values, not commands to panic. Acknowledge them, then proceed anyway. Physical preparation matters as much as mental. Get enough sleep, eat properly, exercise regularly. Your body's resilience directly affects your mind's performance under pressure. You can't think clearly when your physiology is compromised. The paradox of pressure performance. The less you need the outcome, the better you perform. Desperation creates tension. Confidence creates flow. Prepare thoroughly, then hold the results lightly. You've done the work now, trust it. Social temperature reading. Every social situation has an emotional climate. Walk into a tense meeting and you feel it immediately. Enter a celebration and the energy lifts you. Reading social temperature accurately determines whether you'll connect or clash with the room. Observe before engaging. Spend the first 30 seconds scanning the environment. Are people animated or subdued? Formal or casual? Focused or distracted? This reconnaissance prevents you from bringing the wrong energy to the situation. Body language speaks louder than words. Crossed arms suggest defensiveness. Leaning forward indicates engagement. Checking phones signals disinterest. These physical cues reveal the room's emotional state more accurately than verbal responses. Energy levels matter as much as emotional content. High energy enthusiasm in a low energy room feels jarring. Calm professionalism in a high energy celebration feels deflating. Match the intensity first, then guide the direction if needed. The emotional bridge technique works beautifully. Start where people are emotionally, then gradually guide them where you want them to go. Team feeling defeated? Start with, "This is disappointing," before moving to, "Now let's look at what we learned." Listen for verbal temperature cues. Short responses suggest discomfort or distraction. Animated storytelling indicates engagement. Frequent interruptions signal high energy or impatience. The rhythm and tone of conversation reveal underlying emotions. Cultural context affects temperature reading. Some cultures value emotional restraint. Others embrace expressive communication. What seems cold in one context might be respectful in another. Adjust your baseline expectations accordingly. Use your voice as a thermostat. Speak softly in tense situations to encourage calm. Speak with energy in flat situations to encourage engagement. Your vocal tone often matters more than your words in setting emotional temperature. The emotional Aikido principle applies here. Instead of opposing the room's energy, redirect it. Angry team? Channel that passion towards solutions. Anxious group? Transform that alertness into focused preparation. Work with the energy, not against it. Becoming skilled at social temperature reading transforms your effectiveness in groups. You'll know when to speak up and when to listen, when to push and when to pause, when to energize and when to calm. You become a social thermostat, helping groups find their optimal emotional climate. Scarcity positioning. Abundance kills desire. When something's always available, it becomes invisible. When it's limited, it becomes irresistible. Scarcity positioning isn't about creating fake shortages. It's about honestly communicating the real constraints that make valuable things valuable. Time scarcity often works better than quantity limits. Only 5 spots left can feel manufactured. Registration closes Friday feels legitimate because time genuinely runs out. Deadlines create natural urgency without seeming manipulative. Personal scarcity amplifies professional value. Don't be available 24/7. Don't say yes to every request. Don't respond to emails instantly. When your time and attention are genuinely limited, people value them more. Scarcity signals worth. The exclusive access approach creates powerful positioning. Members only, invitation required, or early access makes people feel special while creating urgency. You're not just offering a product, you're offering membership in a select group. Quality scarcity beats quantity scarcity. We only work with 10 clients per year because each one gets our complete attention is more compelling than only 10 spots available. The first explains why scarcity exists. The second just announces it. Use scarcity ethically by making it real. Don't claim limited quantities if you have unlimited stock. Don't create fake deadlines just to pressure people. But if you genuinely have constraints, limited time, capacity, or availability, communicate them clearly. The loss framing technique amplifies scarcity's power. Instead of gain this benefit, try don't miss this opportunity. Our brains hate losing things more than they enjoy gaining equivalent things. Last chance to save $100 motivates more than opportunity to save $100. Contrast amplifies scarcity. Show abundance first, then reveal limitations. We have hundreds of applications, but only 10 spots in the program. The large number makes the small number feel even more exclusive. Social proof enhances scarcity. Over 500 people applied for these 20 positions. Now scarcity isn't arbitrary, it's competitive. People want what others want, especially when it's hard to get. The key is authentic scarcity. Real limitations create genuine value. Artificial scarcity creates temporary manipulation. Build your positioning on actual constraints, and scarcity becomes an honest signal of worth rather than a cheap trick. Gratitude bombing. When your mind spirals into negativity, gratitude is a pattern interrupt that works faster than logic. Gratitude bombing means overwhelming your neural networks with appreciation until the negative loop breaks. It's not about fake positivity, it's about cognitive overwhelm in the right direction. The technique is simple but powerful. List 20 things you're grateful for as fast as possible. Don't think deeply about each one. Just rapid-fire appreciation. My coffee is hot. My car started. I can read. My heart is beating. I have shoes. The sun came up. Speed prevents your brain from arguing. Start with the ridiculously basic. Your ability to breathe, access to clean water, a roof over your head. These fundamentals are so obvious we forget they're miraculous. Beginning here establishes a foundation of abundance that's hard to argue with. Mix big and small appreciations. My family's health alongside this comfortable chair. My career opportunities next to my favorite pen still works. This range shows your brain that good things exist at every scale. Include your senses in the bombing. What can you see that you're grateful for? Hear, touch, smell, taste. Sensory gratitude grounds you in the present moment where anxiety can't survive. You can't simultaneously appreciate now and worry about later. The future gratitude variation is particularly powerful. Grateful for the good night's sleep I'm about to have. Grateful for tomorrow's fresh start. Grateful for the solution I'll find to this problem. Your brain starts expecting positive outcomes. Physical movement amplifies the effect. Walk while gratitude bombing. The combination of motion and appreciation creates a powerful state change. Your body and mind shift together, making the intervention more effective. Don't worry about repetition. If my morning coffee appears on your list 3 times, that's fine. The goal isn't creativity, it's overwhelming your negative thought patterns with positive input until they can't maintain their grip. Track the shift in your mental state. Most people notice a change around item 12 to 15. The negativity doesn't disappear completely, but it loses its intensity. You've manually adjusted your brain's channel from the disaster network to the opportunity network. This isn't about denying problems or pretending everything's perfect. It's about restoring balance to a mind that's temporarily lost perspective. Problems still exist after gratitude bombing, but they're no longer the only thing you can see. 10-10-10 decision making. Most decisions feel urgent but aren't actually time sensitive. The October 10th 10 rule creates temporal distance that reveals what really matters. How will you feel about this decision in 10 minutes, 10 months, 10 years? The answers often surprise you. The 10-minute perspective catches emotional decisions. That angry email you want to send. In 10 minutes, you'll probably regret it. That expensive impulse purchase. In 10 minutes, the desire will likely fade. Short-term thinking reveals whether you're deciding or just reacting. The 10-month view captures medium-term consequences. That job you're considering, how will it affect your skills, relationships, and opportunities by next year? That habit you're starting, Will you be glad you began it when you look back in 10 months? The 10-year lens reveals what truly matters. Most daily dramas disappear completely at this distance. That embarrassing moment, irrelevant in a decade. That career setback, probably a blessing in disguise. The 10-year view separates signal from noise. Use this framework for relationship decisions too. That argument with your partner, in 10 minutes you'll want to resolve it. In 10 months, you'll barely remember what it was about. In 10 years, you'll be grateful you chose connection over being right. The technique works for both action and inaction. Should you start that business, take that risk, have that difficult conversation? The October 10th 10 analysis often reveals that the cost of not acting exceeds the cost of acting. Financial decisions benefit enormously from this approach. That expensive gadget. In 10 minutes, you'll enjoy the purchase. In 10 months, it'll be forgotten. In 10 years, you'll wish you'd invested the money instead. Time perspective clarifies true value. Write down your October 10th 10 analysis for important decisions. The act of writing forces clarity and creates a record you can review later. You'll start noticing patterns in your decision-making that help you choose better in the future. The framework isn't perfect for every decision, but it's particularly powerful for choices driven by strong emotions. When you're angry, excited, fearful, or desperate, the October 10th 10 rule provides the cooling off period that leads to wisdom. Ultimately, this technique teaches you to think like your future self. Most regrets come from prioritizing short-term comfort over long-term benefit. The October 10th 10 rule helps you make decisions your future self will thank you for. Framing language. Words don't just describe reality, they create it. The difference between I have to and I get to isn't semantic, it's neurological. Your brain responds differently to each phrase, creating different emotions, energy levels, and outcomes. Obligation language drains energy. I have to go to work feels like imprisonment. I get to contribute my skills feels like opportunity. Same activity, completely different psychological experience. Your brain believes the story you tell it. Possibility language opens doors. This might work is tentative. This could be amazing is energizing. We'll see what happens is passive. Let's see what we can create is active. Small word changes create major mindset shifts. Problem language versus opportunity language shapes your entire approach. We have a crisis triggers panic. We have a challenge suggests solvability. This is a disaster creates helplessness. This is a puzzle invites creativity. The yet technique transforms limitations into temporary states. I can't do this becomes I can't do this yet. This doesn't work becomes this doesn't work yet. That three-letter word implies growth, learning, and eventual success. Certainty language builds confidence. I think I can is weak. I will is strong. Maybe this will help is tentative. This will make a difference is definitive. Your brain responds to confident language with confident feelings. Use when instead of if for goals you're committed to. If I get promoted, suggests doubt. When I get promoted, assume success. This isn't delusion, it's programming your subconscious for achievement. Reframe complaints as preferences. This traffic is terrible becomes I prefer lighter traffic. This weather sucks becomes I enjoy sunny days more. You're not denying reality, you're choosing how to relate to it. The learning frame transforms failures. I failed is final. I learned is progressive. This didn't work is dead end. This taught me something valuable is forward moving. Same outcome, different meaning. Practice conscious language choices for 1 week. Notice how different phrases make you feel. Experiment with reframing negative statements positively. Your words are programming your experience. Make sure you like the program you're running. Concentration soundtracks. Your brain craves consistency when trying to focus. Random noises break concentration, but predictable background sound can enhance it. The right audio environment doesn't just block distractions, It actively promotes deep work by creating optimal conditions for sustained attention. Different types of work benefit from different soundscapes. Writing often flows better with instrumental music or nature sounds. Analytical work might need white noise or binaural beats. Creative tasks could benefit from ambient electronic music. Experiment to find your focus frequencies. The key is consistency and association. Use the same playlist for the same type of work. Your brain learns to associate specific sounds with specific mental states. Eventually, just hearing your deep work playlist triggers focus mode automatically. Volume matters more than most people realize. Too quiet, and it doesn't mask distractions. Too loud, and it becomes a distraction itself. The sweet spot is just loud enough to create a consistent audio cocoon without demanding conscious attention. Binaural beats add a scientific dimension. These use slightly different frequencies in each ear to create perceived beats that can influence brainwaves. Alpha waves, 8 to 14 Hz, promote relaxed focus. Beta waves, 14 to 30 Hz, enhance alertness. Gamma waves, 30 to 100 Hz, support complex problem solve. Noise-cancelling headphones amplify the effect even without music. They create both a physical and psychological barrier that signals focus time. The mere act of putting them on can trigger concentration, like a ritual that prepares your mind for deep work. Create transition rituals with your soundtracks. Start your focus playlist 2 minutes before beginning work. This gives your brain time to recognize the cue and shift into the appropriate state. End with a specific song that signals completion and allows for mental transition. Natural sounds often work better than music for sustained focus. Rain, ocean waves, or forest sounds provide consistent audio texture without the melodic patterns that can capture attention. Your brain processes these as background environment rather than foreground entertainment. The audio anchor technique helps maintain focus during long sessions. When your mind wanders, consciously tune back into your soundtrack. This gives you something concrete to return to, like a meditation anchor for your attention. Building a library of focus soundtracks gives you tools for different mental states and energy levels. High energy electronic for creative bursts. Gentle classical for detailed analysis. Nature sounds for sustained concentration. Having options prevents habituation and maintains effectiveness. Accountability partners. Going it alone is a recipe for mediocrity. Your brain is excellent at negotiating with itself, finding creative excuses, and rationalizing why tomorrow is always better than today. An accountability partner is like having a personal board of directors, someone invested in your success, but immune to your self-deception. Choose your partner strategically. You want someone who cares about your success, but won't enable your excuses. Your best friend who always says, "It's okay, try again next time," isn't ideal. You need someone who will ask tough questions and expect real answers. Structure matters more than friendship. Weekly check-ins work better than daily texts. Specific commitments work better than vague goals. "I'll exercise more" is unaccountable. "I'll run 3 times this week for at least 20 minutes each" creates clear success criteria. Mutual accountability multiplies effectiveness. When you're both working toward goals, you're invested in each other's success. You can't let them down without feeling hypocritical about your own efforts. This creates positive peer pressure that pulls both of you forward. The reporting format should be simple but complete. What did you commit to? What did you actually do? What obstacles did you encounter? What's your plan for next week? This structure prevents vague updates and forces honest assessment. Make the stakes real, but not punitive. Some people use financial penalties. Donate $50 to a cause you hate if you miss your commitment. Others use social consequences. Post your failure on social media. The key is making the cost of quitting higher than the cost of continuing. Regular schedule beats irregular intensity. Weekly 15-minute calls work better than monthly hour-long sessions. Consistency creates rhythm and prevents the "I'll catch up next time" mentality that kills momentum. Document everything. Keep a shared spreadsheet or use an app that tracks both partners' progress. Seeing your consistency, or lack thereof, in black and white eliminates the ability to rationalize poor performance. The relationship should evolve as you do. What works for building habits might not work for maintaining them. What works for fitness goals might not work for creative projects. Adjust the structure as your needs change. Your accountability partner becomes a mirror that reflects your true commitment level. They can't make you succeed, but they can make it impossible to lie to yourself about your effort. Remote influence stories. Digital communication strips away 93% of human communication body language. Tone, energy, presence. What remains are words on a screen, fighting for attention against infinite distractions. In this environment, stories become your secret weapon for cutting through the noise and creating genuine connection. Virtual audiences are more skeptical and less patient than live ones. They're multitasking, distracted, and ready to click away at any moment. A story that works in person might fall flat on a video call. You need narratives specifically designed for digital consumption, shorter, punchier, more visual. The hook and hold technique becomes critical. Your opening line must grab attention immediately. "Let me tell you about the worst mistake I ever made" works better than "I'd like to share an experience." You have seconds, not minutes, to earn their attention. Paint pictures with words, since you can't rely on physical presence. Instead of "the client was upset," try "I could hear the frustration in her voice, even through the static of our video call." Specific details help remote audiences visualize and connect emotionally. The shared struggle story works particularly well remotely. Everyone on the call has experienced similar challenges with technology, isolation, or digital overwhelm. We've all been there. Trying to present while your internet cuts out creates instant rapport. Shorter chapters work better than long narratives. Break your story into digestible segments with clear transitions. First, let me tell you what happened. Then I'll share what I learned. Finally, I'll show you how this applies to our situation. Signposting helps distracted minds follow along. Interactive elements keep remote audiences engaged. Raise your hand if you've ever experienced this. Or type in the chat what you think happened next. Participation transforms passive listeners into active participants. The screen share story combines visual and narrative elements. Show relevant images, documents, or data while telling your story. This dual-channel approach accommodates different learning styles and maintains attention better than voice alone. End with clear application. Remote audiences need explicit connection between your story and their situation. Just like Sarah discovered, when you focus on systems instead of goals, everything becomes easier, which is exactly what we need to do with this project. Stories bridge the digital divide, creating human connection in an increasingly virtual world. They transform data dumps into memorable experiences and turn distant colleagues into engaged collaborators. Strategic warmth. Warmth is a finite resource that loses power when deployed indiscriminately. Strategic warmth means being selectively generous with your emotional energy, creating maximum impact through thoughtful application rather than constant availability. The scarcity principle applies to human connection. When you're warm to everyone equally, your warmth becomes background noise. When you're selectively warm, it becomes a spotlight that people crave. The contrast makes your positive attention feel special and valuable. Timing amplifies warmth's impact. A kind word when someone's struggling hits differently than the same word when they're celebrating. A supportive gesture during a difficult project carries more weight than casual pleasantries during good times. Strategic warmth appears when it's needed most. Authentic warmth beats performed warmth every time. People can sense the difference between genuine care and social obligation. Don't fake warmth you don't feel instead. Find something genuinely appreciable about the person or situation. Real warmth resonates. Fake warmth repels. The warmth sandwich technique works in difficult conversations. Start with genuine appreciation. Address the challenging topic, then end with affirmation. I really value your perspective, and I need to discuss this concern, because I believe we can work through this together. Cultural context matters enormously. What feels warm in one culture might feel invasive in another. What seems professional in one context might feel cold in another. Read your environment and adjust your warmth accordingly. Physical warmth enhances emotional warmth. Offer coffee in cold weather. Suggest a walk in nice weather. Share food when appropriate. These small gestures create positive associations that amplify your emotional impact. The earned warmth approach builds stronger relationships than immediate warmth. Start professionally respectful, then gradually increase warmth as trust develops. This progression feels natural and creates deeper appreciation than instant intimacy. Use warmth to repair relationships after conflict. A genuine gesture of care after disagreement often strengthens bonds more than avoiding conflict altogether. I know we disagreed yesterday, but I want you to know I respect your position can transform tension into trust. Strategic warmth isn't about being calculating, it's about being intentional. You're choosing when and how to share your emotional energy for maximum positive impact. This approach preserves your authenticity while amplifying your influence. Instant gratitude shifts. Frustration is a mental quicksand that pulls you deeper the more you struggle against it. Instant gratitude shifts work, like throwing a rope to your drowning perspective, pulling you out of negative spirals before they gain momentum. The technique is deceptively simple. When frustration peaks, immediately find one thing to appreciate about the situation. Not the whole situation, just one element. Stuck in traffic? Appreciate having a car. Difficult client? Appreciate having work. Technology failing? Appreciate usually having technology that works. Speed matters more than depth. Don't search for profound gratitude. Grab the first genuine appreciation you can find. The goal is pattern interruption, not philosophical enlightenment. You're breaking the negative loop before it becomes a negative spiral. The micro-appreciation approach works when nothing seems worth appreciating. Grateful for the chair you're sitting in. Grateful for the ability to feel frustrated. It means you care. Grateful for having problems that aren't life-threatening. Start ridiculously small if necessary. Physical sensations provide reliable gratitude anchors. Your heart beating normally. Your lungs working automatically. Your eyes focusing properly. These basic functions are miraculous when you actually notice them, and they're always available for appreciation. The contrast gratitude technique provides instant perspective. Whatever's frustrating you, someone somewhere would gladly trade problems with you. This isn't about minimizing your challenges. It's about contextualizing them within the broader spectrum of human experience. Use gratitude to reframe obstacles as opportunities. Grateful for challenges that help you grow. Grateful for problems that reveal areas for improvement. Grateful for setbacks that redirect you toward better paths. This isn't toxic positivity. It's strategic perspective taking. The future gratitude variation works when present circumstances feel unbearable. Grateful for the lesson you'll learn from this. Grateful for the strength you'll build by getting through this. Grateful for the story you'll have to help others facing similar challenges. Practice gratitude shifts during minor frustrations first. Traffic jams, slow internet, long lines. Build the neural pathway when stakes are low, so it's available when stakes are high. Like any skill, gratitude shifting improves with practice. The compound effect transforms your entire emotional landscape. People who regularly practice gratitude shifts report feeling more resilient, optimistic, and emotionally stable. You're not avoiding negative emotions. You're preventing them from hijacking your entire mental state. Varied practice. Practicing the same skill in the same way creates brittle expertise that crumbles under pressure. Varied practice builds robust abilities that transfer across contexts. You're not just getting better at one specific situation, you're developing adaptable mastery. The contextual interference principle explains why varied practice works. When you practice a skill in multiple contexts, your brain has to work harder to retrieve and apply the knowledge. This extra effort creates stronger, more flexible neural pathways. Change one variable at a time to maintain learning effectiveness. If you're practicing presentations, vary the audience size 1 week, the topic the next, the time limit the following week. Too much variation creates chaos. Systematic variation creates growth. Environmental variation builds real-world readiness. Practice your skill in different locations, at different times, under different conditions. The conference room presentation that works perfectly might fail in a noisy restaurant or over a video call. Varied environments create varied competence. Emotional variation prepares you for pressure situations. Practice when you're tired, stressed, excited, or distracted. Skills practiced only under ideal conditions often fail when conditions aren't ideal. Emotional variety builds emotional resilience. The difficulty gradient approach systematically increases challenge. Start with easy variations. Gradually progress to harder ones. This builds confidence while expanding capability. Each level of difficulty conquered makes the next level feel achievable. Cross-training accelerates skill development. Musicians who study multiple instruments often excel faster than those who focus on one. Athletes who play multiple sports often have better overall coordination. The skills transfer and enhance each other. Feedback variation improves self-correction abilities. Sometimes practice with immediate feedback, sometimes with delayed feedback, sometimes with no external feedback at all. This teaches you to monitor and adjust your own performance. The random practice technique prevents over-optimization for specific conditions. Instead of practicing the same sequence repeatedly, randomize the order. This forces your brain to actively retrieve skills rather than relying on automatic sequences. Varied practice feels less efficient in the short term, but creates superior long-term results. You might progress slower initially, but you'll plateau less and transfer skills better. You're building expertise that adapts rather than expertise that breaks under new conditions. Anxiety redirection. Anxiety and excitement are chemically identical twins separated only by interpretation. Both flood your system with adrenaline, increase heart rate, and heighten alertness. The difference isn't physiological, it's psychological. Learning to redirect anxiety into excitement transforms your relationship with stress forever. The arousal reappraisal technique is surprisingly simple. Instead of trying to calm down, which fights your body's natural state, tell yourself, "I'm excited." Your nervous system is already activated. You're just changing the story about why. This works because excitement and anxiety share the same high arousal state. Trying to go from anxiety to calm requires a massive physiological shift. Going from anxiety to excitement requires only a mental reframe. You're working with your biology, not against it. Use specific language that acknowledges the energy. My heart is racing because I'm excited about this opportunity. Beats, I need to stop being nervous. You're not denying the physical sensations, you're reinterpreting their meaning. Channel the energy into preparation rather than worry. Anxious about a presentation? Use that alertness to review your notes one more time. Nervous about a date? Let that energy help you choose your outfit carefully. Transform worry into productive action. The energy inventory technique helps you recognize anxiety as fuel. Notice where you feel the energy in your body. Your racing heart? That's your cardiovascular system preparing for peak performance. Butterflies in your stomach? That's your body mobilizing resources for action. Practice this redirection with low-stakes situations first. Nervous about a phone call? Reframe it as excitement about connecting with someone. Anxious about trying a new restaurant? Transform it into excitement about a culinary adventure. Build the neural pathway when consequences are minimal. Physical movement helps complete the redirection. Anxiety creates energy that needs expression. Channel it through purposeful action pacing while you think. Doing jumping jacks before the meeting. Taking a brisk walk while visualizing success. The performance enhancement frame works particularly well. Athletes know that optimal performance requires arousal. Complete calm leads to sluggish performance. That nervous energy you're feeling, it's your body preparing you to excel. Stop trying to eliminate anxiety and start learning to redirect it. The goal isn't to feel nothing, it's to feel powerful. That energy coursing through your system isn't a bug, it's a feature waiting to be properly utilized. Simple prioritization. Complexity is the enemy of execution. When everything seems important, nothing gets the attention it deserves. Simple prioritization cuts through the noise with one brutal question. What's the one thing that makes everything else easier or unnecessary? This isn't about creating elaborate ranking systems or color-coded matrices. It's about forcing yourself to identify the single most leveraged action available to you right now. The task that, once completed, creates a domino effect of progress. The keystone task concept comes from architecture. Remove the keystone, and the entire arch collapses. Complete the keystone task, and everything else falls into place. Your job is identifying which task serves as your keystone for today, this week, this month. Use the elimination test to find your keystone. If you could only complete one task today, which would create the most positive impact? If you had to cancel everything except one project, which would you keep? These constraints force clarity about what actually matters. The future self perspective provides additional clarity. 6 months from now, which current task will your future self be most grateful you completed? Which one will create the most regret if left undone? Time distance reveals true priorities. Beware the urgency trap that makes reactive tasks feel important. Just because something demands immediate attention doesn't mean it deserves it. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, but maybe the wheel doesn't need to be squeaky in the first place. The energy matching principle optimizes execution. Do your most important task when your energy is highest. Don't waste peak performance on email or administrative work. Protect your best hours for your best work. Single tasking becomes non-negotiable once you've identified your priority. Close everything else. Turn off notifications. Create a fortress of focus around your one thing. Partial attention to your priority is worse than full attention to something less important. Track your priority completion rate. How often do you actually finish your identified one thing? If the percentage is low, either your prioritization is off or your commitment is weak. Both problems are solvable with honest assessment. The compound effect of consistent priority completion is remarkable. People who regularly identify and complete their most important task report feeling more accomplished, less overwhelmed, and more in control of their lives. Simplicity creates clarity, and clarity creates results. Creative problem solving. Logic is overrated for breakthrough thinking. When conventional approaches fail, creative problem solving abandons the straight line and embraces the scenic route. You're not thinking harder, you're thinking differently. The assumption audit reveals hidden constraints. List everything you believe to be true about your problem. Then systematically question each assumption. We need more budget. Do you really? This has to be done in-house, does it? Customers won't pay more, have you asked them? Most limitations are self-imposed. Random word association forces unexpected connections. Pick any noun from a dictionary and explore how it relates to your challenge. Stuck on marketing strategy? Random word, bicycle. How is marketing like a bicycle? It needs balance, momentum, someone steering. Suddenly you're thinking about balance in messaging and momentum in campaigns. The worst possible idea technique paradoxically generates great solutions. Brainstorm the most terrible ways to solve your problem. These awful ideas often contain seeds of brilliant insights. Plus, they're fun to generate and help overcome the perfectionism that kills creativity. Constraint addition seems counterintuitive, but works wonders. Make your problem harder by adding artificial limitations. Need to cut costs? What if you had to cut them in half? What if you had to do it in one day? Extreme constraints force creative solutions that often work even without the constraints. The different industry approach borrows solutions from unrelated fields. How do restaurants handle customer flow? How do airlines manage overbooking? How do video games maintain user engagement? Solutions from one domain often transfer beautifully to another. Physical movement unlocks mental movement. Walk while thinking. Pace while brainstorming. Change locations entirely. Your body's motion often triggers your mind's motion. Sitting still produces still thinking. The explain to a child test reveals overcomplicated solutions. If you can't explain your approach to a 10-year-old, it's probably too complex. Children ask why questions that adults have learned to suppress. Their perspective often cuts through unnecessary complexity. Time pressure can enhance creativity when used strategically. Set a timer for rapid ideation sessions. The ticking clock prevents overthinking and forces your brain to generate options quickly. Some of the best ideas emerge under artificial urgency. Creative problem solving isn't about being artistic, it's about being adaptive. When your usual tools don't work, you need unusual tools. The goal isn't to be clever, it's to be effective through unconventional means. Schedule distractions. Fighting distractions is like fighting gravity, exhausting and ultimately futile. Scheduled distractions work with human nature instead of against it, creating designated times for the mental wandering your brain craves while protecting focused work periods. The distraction budget approach treats interruptions like financial expenses. You get a certain amount of distraction time per day. Spend it wisely. Check social media for 15 minutes at lunch, not 3 minutes every hour. Batch your distractions like you batch your tasks. Specific scheduling beats vague intentions. I'll check email less fails. I'll check email at 9 a.m., 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. succeeds. Your brain needs concrete boundaries, not wishful thinking. Vague rules create vague results. The transition ritual helps you move between focused work and scheduled distractions. Close your laptop, stand up, take 3 deep breaths, then begin your distraction time. This conscious transition prevents accidental distraction bleeding into work time. Use distractions as rewards for completed focused work. Finish a difficult task, then earn 10 minutes of guilt-free browsing. This creates positive associations with both focus and distraction. Neither becomes the enemy. The distraction menu prevents mindless scrolling. Before your scheduled distraction time, decide what you'll do. Check specific websites, read particular articles, watch chosen videos. Intentional distraction feels satisfying. Random scrolling feels empty. Physical separation amplifies scheduled distractions. Leave your workspace for distraction time. Go to a different room, step outside, sit in a different chair. This prevents the blending of focused and distracted states in the same environment. Track your actual distraction patterns before implementing schedules. How often do you really check your phone? How long do you actually spend on social media? The data usually shocks people into better behavior. You can't manage what you don't measure. The emergency distraction protocol handles urgent interruptions. When something truly urgent arises during focus time, handle it quickly and return immediately to your task. Don't let one legitimate interruption become an excuse for general distraction. Scheduled distractions aren't about eliminating fun or spontaneity. They're about being intentional with your attention. When you control when distractions happen, they stop controlling when focus happens. You become the director of your own attention rather than its victim. Strategic lightness. Seriousness is overrated. In a world that takes itself too seriously, strategic lightness becomes a superpower. You're not being frivolous, you're using humor and levity as tools for connection, influence, and problem solving. The tension release valve function of humor is scientifically documented. When groups are stressed, a well-timed joke literally changes brain chemistry. Laughter releases endorphins, reduces cortisol, and shifts everyone from threat mode to opportunity mode. You're not avoiding problems, you're creating better conditions to solve them. Timing beats content every time. A mediocre joke at the perfect moment works better than a brilliant joke at the wrong time. Watch for natural openings after mistakes, during awkward silences, when energy is flagging. Lightness works best as seasoning, not the main course. Self-deprecating humor is the safest bet in professional settings. Making fun of yourself shows confidence and humility simultaneously. I'm so bad with technology, I still try to rewind Netflix. Gets laughs while making you seem approachable. You're lowering your status slightly to raise everyone's comfort level. The perspective shift technique uses humor to reframe challenges. Well, at least we're all failing together, transforms individual embarrassment into shared experience. This is either a disaster or a great story for later, creates emotional distance from immediate stress. Cultural sensitivity is crucial for strategic lightness. What's hilarious in one context might be offensive in another. When in doubt, err on the side of gentle and inclusive rather than edgy and exclusive. The goal is bringing people together, not dividing them. The yes and principle from improv comedy works in regular conversation. When someone makes a joke, build on it instead of changing the subject. This creates collaborative humor where everyone feels included and clever. You're not competing for laughs, you're creating them together. Use lightness to make difficult conversations possible. This is going to be awkward, but acknowledges the discomfort while giving everyone permission to proceed. Humor doesn't eliminate difficult topics, it makes them more approachable. The callback technique builds ongoing rapport. Reference something funny from earlier in the conversation or relationship. This creates a sense of shared history and inside jokes. You're building a private comedy club with your audience. Strategic lightness isn't about being the office comedian. It's about using humor as a social lubricant that makes everything else work better. Difficult conversations become manageable. Tense meetings become productive. Awkward moments become bonding opportunities. Persuasion deadlines. Human psychology has a fatal flaw. We procrastinate on everything, including opportunities that could change our lives. Persuasion deadlines exploit this weakness by creating artificial urgency that transforms someday into today. You're not pressuring people, you're rescuing them from their own indecision. The scarcity principle drives deadline effectiveness. When something is always available, it becomes invisible. When it expires tomorrow, it becomes irresistible. Your brain treats potential loss as more motivating than potential gain. Last chance to save $100 beats opportunity to save $100 every time. Real deadlines work better than arbitrary ones. This offer expires Friday because that's when our promotion budget resets, feels legitimate. This deal ends in 24 hours because I said so, feels manipulative. Ground your deadlines in actual business constraints whenever possible. The countdown effect amplifies urgency as deadlines approach. Registration closes in 1 week, creates mild pressure. Registration closes in 24 hours, creates significant pressure. Registration closes in 2 hours, creates panic buying. Time compression intensifies decision-making. Use deadlines to overcome analysis paralysis. Some people research forever without deciding. A deadline forces them to choose based on available information rather than perfect information. You're not rushing them into bad decisions, you're preventing them from making no decision at all. The early bird strategy creates multiple deadline layers. Early registration at a discount, regular registration at standard price, late registration at premium price, if available. This gives people multiple chances to act while rewarding quick decision-making. Communicate deadlines clearly and repeatedly. Mention it in your initial pitch. Remind them halfway through and send a final notice. People forget, get busy, or assume they have more time than they do. Gentle reminders serve their interests, not just yours. The reason why explanation makes deadlines feel fair rather than arbitrary. We need final numbers by Friday to order materials, or the early bird pricing ends when we reach 100 participants. People accept deadlines better when they understand the logic behind them. Respect your own deadlines religiously. If you say the offer expires Friday, it expires Friday. No exceptions, no extensions, no just this once. Your credibility depends on deadline integrity. People will test you, pass the test. Deadlines aren't manipulation when they serve mutual interests. You need decisions by certain dates to plan effectively. They need structure to overcome procrastination. Well-designed deadlines help everyone involved make better, faster decisions. Calculated vulnerability. Vulnerability is magnetic, but it's also dangerous. Share too little, and you seem fake. Share too much, and you seem unstable. Calculated vulnerability means strategically revealing struggles you've overcome to create connection without appearing weak. The timing of vulnerability matters enormously. Too early in a relationship feels like oversharing. Too late feels calculated. The sweet spot is usually after initial rapport, but before deep trust is established. You're accelerating natural intimacy, not forcing artificial closeness. Past struggles work better than current crises. I used to be terrified of public speaking, shows growth. I'm currently having panic attack, creates discomfort. People want to connect with your humanity, not become your therapist. Share wounds that have healed, not ones that are still bleeding. The struggle sandwich format maximizes impact. Brief context, the struggle, how you overcame it. When I started my business, I was so anxious about networking that I'd sit in my car for 20 minutes before events. I realized everyone else was probably nervous too. So I started asking people about themselves instead of worrying about what to say. Relatability trumps drama. A small struggle your audience has experienced beats a major trauma they haven't. Most people can relate to imposter syndrome, fear of failure, or relationship challenges. Fewer can relate to extreme circumstances. Choose vulnerabilities that create me too moments. Watch for reciprocal vulnerability. When someone matches your disclosure with their own, you've successfully created connection. If they don't reciprocate, you may have shared too much too soon. Adjust accordingly and don't take it personally. Professional vulnerability requires extra care. Share struggles related to growth, learning, or overcoming challenges. Avoid anything that questions your competence or judgment. I used to struggle with delegation works. I still can't manage my finances, doesn't. The lesson learned component is crucial. Don't just share what went wrong. Share what you discovered. This transforms vulnerability from weakness into wisdom. You're not just revealing problems, you're demonstrating growth. Cultural context affects vulnerability reception. Some cultures value emotional openness. Others prefer professional distance. Some generations share freely. Others keep things private. Read your audience and adjust your vulnerability accordingly. Calculated vulnerability isn't about manipulation, it's about connection. You're sharing your humanity strategically to build bridges with others. When done well, it creates the trust and rapport that make everything else possible. Positive social proof. Humans are herd animals, pretending to be independent thinkers. We look to others for cues about what's normal, acceptable, and desirable. Positive social proof leverages this tendency by showing people that others like them are already doing what you want them to do. Numbers matter, but specificity matters more. Thousands of customers feels vague and potentially fake. 2,847 customers, as of last Tuesday, feels real and credible. Specific numbers suggest actual tracking rather than marketing hyperbole. Your audience's skepticism radar is highly tuned. Similar others provide the most powerful proof. A testimonial from someone like your audience beats celebrity endorsements. A 45-year-old accountant trusts other 45-year-old accountants more than 22-year-old influencers. Mirror your audience and your social proof for maximum impact. Visual proof speaks louder than written testimonials. Photos of real customers using your product. Screenshots of positive reviews. Videos of people sharing their experiences. The brain believes eyes more than ears, and seeing is believing in ways that reading isn't. The wisdom of crowds principle applies everywhere. Busy restaurants attract more diners than empty ones. Crowded seminars sell out faster than sparsely attended ones. Products with many reviews sell better than those with few, even if ratings are identical. Participation itself becomes proof. Negative social proof backfires spectacularly. Don't be like the 70% who fail, makes people think most people fail, so I probably will too. Instead, join the 30% who succeed. Same data, opposite psychological impact. Frame the positive behavior, not the negative alternative. Real-time social proof creates urgency. 47 people are currently viewing this item, or 3 people bought this in the last hour, suggests active demand. This works because it implies scarcity and validates desirability simultaneously. The foot-in-the-door technique uses incremental social proof. Thousands have taken our free quiz, leads to hundreds bought our course, leads to dozens joined our mastermind. Each level of commitment has its own social proof, making the next step feel natural. Geographic proximity amplifies social proof. Join 500 other Denver residents works better than join 500 other people. Local social proof feels more relevant and achievable. People want to fit in with their immediate community. Authenticity is non-negotiable. Fake testimonials, inflated numbers, and manufactured social proof eventually backfire, destroying trust permanently. Real social proof might be smaller, but it's sustainable. Build your influence on genuine foundations that compound over time. Trust-building posture. Your body speaks before you open your mouth. Within seconds of meeting someone, they've made unconscious judgments about your trustworthiness based entirely on your physical presence. Master trust-building posture, and you'll influence these snap judgments in your favor. Open palms signal safety at a primal level. Hidden hands trigger ancient alarm bells. What weapons might they conceal? Keep your hands visible and relaxed. The steeple gesture, fingertips touching, palms apart, projects confidence without aggression. Politicians and executives use this constantly. Eye contact builds trust, but there's a sweet spot. Too little suggests dishonesty or insecurity. Too much feels aggressive or creepy. Aim for 60 to 70% eye contact during conversation, breaking away naturally to think or gesture. This feels attentive without being intense. Squared shoulders and straight spine communicate competence and reliability. Slouching suggests disinterest or insecurity. But avoid military rigidity. You want confident, not confrontational. Think alert and relaxed, rather than tense and ready. Mirroring creates unconscious rapport. Subtly match their posture, energy level, and speaking pace. If they lean forward slightly. If they speak slowly, slow your pace. This isn't mimicry, it's speaking their physical language. The triangle technique works in professional settings. Imagine a triangle between their eyes and mouth. Keep your gaze within this area during conversation. It feels engaged without being intimate, professional without being cold. Lean in slightly when they're speaking to show engagement. Lean back slightly when you're speaking to give them space to process. These micro movements communicate respect and consideration without conscious awareness. Remove barriers between you and others. Laptops, coffee cups, and phones create unconscious walls. When possible, position these items to the side rather than between you. Clear sightlines create clearer communication. Facial expressions matter as much as body position. A genuine smile, which engages the eyes, not just the mouth, builds instant rapport. Relaxed facial muscles suggest comfort and openness. Tension in your face creates tension in others. The compound effect of trust-building posture is remarkable. People report feeling more confident when they consciously adopt these positions, and others respond more positively to them. Your posture doesn't just communicate trust, it creates the internal state that makes trustworthiness natural. Commitment protection. Your default response to requests should be, "Let me check my calendar and get back to you." This simple phrase protects you from the yes trap that destroys schedules, relationships, and sanity. You're not being difficult, you're being responsible. The immediate yes is almost always wrong. When someone asks for your time, your brain evaluates based on current feelings, not future reality. You feel generous now, so you commit to something that will stress you later. The calendar check forces you to consider actual availability, not just emotional impulse. Use the 24-hour rule for significant commitments. This sounds interesting. Let me think about it overnight and get back to you tomorrow. This cooling off period prevents enthusiasm-driven decisions that you'll regret when reality sets in. The opportunity cost question clarifies true priorities. If I say yes to this, what am I saying no to? Every commitment displaces something else. Make sure you're choosing consciously rather than just accumulating obligations. Create standard responses for common requests. "I'd love to help, but I'm at capacity right now." That sounds valuable, but it doesn't align with my current priorities. "I'm honored you thought of me, but I can't give this the attention it deserves." Having scripts prevents awkward fumbling. The alternative offer maintains relationships while protecting boundaries. "I can't commit to the full project, but I could review your proposal and give feedback." "I can't attend the meeting, but I could send my thoughts in advance." You're being helpful without overcommitting. Distinguish between urgent and important requests. Urgent feels like it needs immediate response. Important actually deserves your time and energy. Most urgent requests aren't actually important. Most important opportunities aren't actually urgent. The values filter simplifies decision-making. Does this request align with your core values and priorities? If not, it's an easy no. If yes, it deserves serious consideration. Your values become a decision-making shortcut that prevents analysis paralysis. Track your commitment patterns. Are you saying yes to too many social events, professional obligations, family requests? Awareness of your patterns helps you identify where boundaries need strengthening. Protecting your commitments isn't selfish, it's strategic. When you're selective about what you say yes to, you can be fully present for what you choose. Quality over quantity in all areas of life. Confident self-talk. The voice in your head is either your greatest ally or your worst enemy. Most people let it run wild, broadcasting doubt, fear, and criticism on repeat. Confident self-talk means taking control of that internal narrator and programming it for success instead of sabotage. Language shapes reality more than most people realize. "I hope this goes well" programs uncertainty. "This will go well" programs confidence. "I'll try my best" suggests potential failure. "I'll make this happen" assumes success. Your brain believes what you repeatedly tell it. Replace tentative language with definitive language. "I think I can" becomes "I will." "Maybe this will work" becomes "this will work." "I hope they like me" becomes "I bring value to this relationship." Small word changes create massive mindset shifts. The evidence collection technique builds genuine confidence. Instead of fake affirmations, remind yourself of actual past successes. "I've handled difficult situations before." "I've learned new skills successfully." "I've overcome challenges that seemed impossible." Real evidence beats positive thinking. Use when instead of if for goals you're committed to achieving. "If I get promoted" suggests doubt. "When I get promoted" assumes success. This isn't delusion. It's programming your subconscious to look for opportunities rather than obstacles. The future self conversation is powerful. Talk to yourself as if you're already the person you want to become, as someone who exercises regularly, as a confident speaker, as a successful entrepreneur. You're trying on the identity before you've fully earned it. Catch and correct negative self-talk immediately. When you notice I'm terrible at this, replace it with I'm learning this. When you hear I always mess up, substitute I'm improving with practice. You're not denying reality, you're choosing empowering interpretations. Physical posture affects internal dialogue. Stand tall, shoulders back, chin up. Your body language influences your self-talk. Confident posture creates confident thoughts. Slouch posture creates defeated thoughts. Your physiology leads your psychology. The coach voice technique helps during challenges. What would a supportive coach say to you right now? Use that voice instead of your inner critic. You've got this. Stay focused. Trust your preparation. Become your own best coach. Confidence isn't about feeling fearless. It's about feeling capable despite fear. Your self-talk should acknowledge challenges while affirming your ability to handle them. You're not pretending problems don't exist. You're asserting that you can solve them. Mental decluttering. Your mind is like a computer with too many programs running simultaneously. Every unfinished thought, unresolved decision, and unprocessed emotion consumes mental RAM. Mental decluttering frees up cognitive resources by clearing the psychological cache that slows down your thinking. The brain dump technique empties your mental inbox onto paper. Set a timer for 15 minutes and write down everything occupying mental space. Worries, tasks, ideas, reminders, random thoughts, everything. Don't organize or prioritize, just extract. You're creating external storage for internal clutter. Unfinished tasks create the most mental drag. Psychologists call this the Zeigarnik effect. Incomplete actions loop in your subconscious, demanding attention. Either finish them, schedule them, or consciously decide to abandon them. Limbo is the enemy of mental clarity. The 2-minute rule prevents accumulation. If something takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately rather than adding it to your mental to-do list. Reply to that text, file that document, make that quick phone call. Small actions prevent big mental burdens. Decision fatigue clutters your mind with postponed choices. That book you might read, that course you might take, that conversation you might have, each undecided option occupies mental space. Make the decision or remove the option. Indecision is a decision to stay cluttered. Physical decluttering supports mental decluttering. Your environment reflects and influences your mental state. A cluttered desk creates a cluttered mind. Organized space promotes organized thinking. Start with your physical space to support your mental space. The worry window contains anxious thoughts. Instead of worrying randomly throughout the day, schedule 15 minutes of dedicated worry time. Write down concerns, explore solutions, then close the window. This prevents worry from contaminating your entire day. Information overload requires conscious filtering. Unsubscribe from newsletters you don't read. Unfollow social media accounts that don't add value. Stop consuming news that doesn't affect your decisions. Every input you eliminate is mental space you reclaim. Regular mental maintenance prevents accumulation. Weekly brain dumps, monthly priority reviews, quarterly goal assessments. Like physical cleaning, mental decluttering works best as ongoing maintenance rather than crisis intervention. The result of consistent mental decluttering is remarkable clarity. People report feeling lighter, thinking faster, and deciding more easily. You're not just organizing your thoughts, you're optimizing your mental operating system for peak performance. Temptation bundling. Willpower is a finite resource that depletes throughout the day. Temptation bundling bypasses willpower entirely by pairing activities you should do with activities you want to do. You're not fighting your desires, you're harnessing them for productive purposes. The technique works by linking instant gratification with long-term benefit. Want to watch Netflix? Only while exercising. Love listening to podcasts? Only during household chores. Crave social media? Only after completing important tasks. You're creating positive addiction loops. Choose pairings carefully for maximum effectiveness. The want activity should be genuinely enjoyable, but not so engaging that it distracts from the should activity. Upbeat music works well with exercise. Audiobooks work well with commuting. Complex TV shows don't work well with studying. The only rule is crucial for effectiveness. You can only watch your favorite show while exercising. You can only listen to that podcast while cleaning. This creates artificial scarcity around pleasurable activities, making them more valuable and the paired activities more tolerable. Start with small bundles to build the habit. Pair a 10-minute pleasure with a 10-minute task. As the association strengthens, you can extend the duration. Your brain learns that good things come with productive things, making productivity feel rewarding rather than punishing. Physical bundling works better than mental bundling. Actually go to the gym to watch Netflix rather than promising yourself you'll exercise while watching at home. The physical constraint prevents cheating and strengthens the association. Track your bundle effectiveness. Which combinations actually increase your completion rate? Which ones feel forced or unnatural? Adjust based on results, not theory. The best bundle is the one you actually use consistently. The graduation strategy prevents dependency. Once a behavior becomes automatic, you can unbundle it. The goal is to make the should activity intrinsically rewarding, not permanently dependent on external rewards. Bundling is training wheels, not a permanent solution. Social bundling multiplies effectiveness. Exercise with friends who make it fun. Study groups that include people you enjoy. Work sessions combined with coffee dates. Social pleasure makes difficult tasks feel like social events rather than solo suffering. Temptation bundling transforms the relationship between pleasure and productivity. Instead of seeing them as opposites, you learn to see them as partners. This shift makes sustainable behavior change possible without relying on the willpower that inevitably fails. Learning mindset. Fixed mindset sees failure as evidence of inadequacy. Growth mindset sees failure as information for improvement. Learning mindset goes further. It sees everything as data for optimization. You're not succeeding or failing. You're experimenting and adjusting. The scientist approach neutralizes emotional charge around outcomes. Scientists don't get upset when hypotheses prove wrong. They get excited about new data. Apply this mindset to your life. That rejection wasn't personal failure. It was market research. That mistake wasn't character flaw. It was system feedback. Replace judgment language with curiosity language. I'm terrible at this becomes I'm learning this. This is impossible becomes this is challenging. I failed becomes I gathered data. These shifts change your relationship with difficulty from adversarial to collaborative. The beginner's mind prevents expertise from becoming limitation. Approach familiar situations with fresh eyes. Ask naive questions. Challenge assumptions. The more you know, the more important it becomes to occasionally forget what you know and see with new perspective. Document lessons learned, not just outcomes achieved. Keep a learning log where you record insights, mistakes, and adjustments. What worked? What didn't? What would I do differently? This transforms experiences into education and prevents repeating the same errors. Seek feedback actively rather than avoiding it. Feedback isn't criticism of your worth. It's information for your improvement. The faster you can receive and process feedback, the faster you can optimize your approach. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. The iteration mindset focuses on improvement over perfection. Version 1.0 doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be functional enough to generate feedback for version 2.0. This approach reduces perfectionism paralysis and accelerates actual progress. Celebrate learning as much as winning. Did you discover something new about yourself? That's worth celebrating. Did you identify a better approach? That's progress. Did you push beyond your comfort zone? That's growth. Learning victories count as much as performance victories. Failure becomes impossible with learning mindset. You either succeed or you learn. Both outcomes advance your development. This removes the fear that prevents experimentation and risk-taking. When failure isn't possible, bold action becomes natural. Learning mindset transforms your entire life experience. Challenges become interesting rather than threatening. Setbacks become redirections rather than defeats. You become anti-fragile, not just resilient to difficulty, but strengthened by it. Progress momentum. The final hack isn't a technique, it's a philosophy. Progress momentum means celebrating distance traveled rather than obsessing over distance remaining. This shift in perspective transforms the entire journey from exhausting marathon to energizing adventure. Most people focus on gaps, what they haven't achieved, where they're falling short, how far they have to go. This gap focus creates discouragement and depletes motivation. Progress focus creates energy and builds confidence. Same reality, completely different emotional experience. The before and after comparison reveals hidden progress. Where were you 1 year ago? What skills have you developed? What challenges have you overcome? What seemed impossible then that feels routine now? Progress is often invisible until you deliberately look for it. Small wins compound into major transformations. That daily walk becomes a fitness habit. That weekly writing becomes a book. That monthly savings becomes financial security. Celebrate the small wins because they're the building blocks of big victories. The progress photo technique works for any goal, not just fitness. Take regular snapshots of your current state, your skills, your relationships, your mindset, your circumstances. Review these periodically to see change that feels gradual in daily life, but dramatic over time. Momentum creates more momentum. Each completed goal makes the next one feel more achievable. Each overcome challenge builds confidence for bigger challenges. Each small victory proves you're someone who finishes what they start. Success becomes self-reinforcing. Share your progress with others who celebrate growth. Surround yourself with people who notice improvement, not just achievement. These relationships provide external validation for internal development and create accountability for continued progress. The systems thinking approach focuses on process improvement rather than outcome achievement. Better systems naturally produce better results. When you improve your approach, outcomes improve automatically. Focus on getting better at getting better. Progress isn't always linear. Expect plateaus, setbacks, and sideways movement. These aren't signs of failure. They're natural parts of growth. The overall trajectory matters more than daily fluctuations. Zoom out to see the bigger picture. The compound effect of progress momentum is life-changing. People who consistently acknowledge their growth report higher satisfaction, greater resilience, and more ambitious goals. They become progress addicts in the best possible way, always moving forward, always getting better, always becoming more. These 100 mental hacks aren't just techniques. They're tools for becoming the person you're capable of being. Use them wisely and watch your life transform one small improvement at a time.